FAO's priorities for the region for the 2022-2023 period. At 11:15, we're going to have a pause for an information meeting on the development of the new FAO strategy on climate change. This is going to last an hour until noon, when we will break for lunch. And at 1:30, we will resume, and we will continue with the debate on the priorities, the regional priorities of the FAO. And at 2:30, as well as yesterday, we will resume with the chair's summary to read it here in the plenary and agree on it, and then conclusion and closing, and after that, the drafting committee. Okay, once we've heard the order of the day, I ask the delegations for their approval, and for which I would like to highlight that, as well as yesterday, the chair's summary will be presented in the afternoon, including both topics that will be discussed today. I invite the delegates to express their opinions and observations. In case of, if there are no objections, then we will approve today's items on the agenda. Very well, since there are no objections whatsoever, we now approve the order of the day. And so, in accordance with this, we now have to continue with the debate of the plenary on the topic regional results, priorities, the four betters, and the sustainable development objectives, the second part under document LARC37. I would like to draw your attention on the importance of this topic by encouraging you to participate in the discussion, and based on the conclusions and recommendations that result from our work today, we will define the priorities for the cooperation of the organization during the 2022-2023 biennium. Okay, Secretary? I invite you to register for your participations, and once again, I remind you to limit your participations to no more than 5 minutes. Okay, St. Vincent and Canaries has the floor.
I'm going to be extremely brief, but I want to preface what I'm going to say by a very important footnote, that a man's life is impacted by his landscape and his seascape. And I'm speaking against the backdrop and in the context that I represent here today a small island developing state in the Caribbean, which is grappling with the vagaries of climate change. Hence, I think that we need to have at the top of our agenda as it regards to the small island states in the region, the important issue of returning to some of the fundamental principles and precepts of the Samoa pathway. The FAO cannot be a renegade organization departing from the fundamentals that were exposed in the Samoa pathway document. We have to promote more nature-based solutions, and there is a need, as an organization addressing the very important issue of food and agriculture, to take note that we must spend time, money, and effort on coming up with a climate change strategy for the small island developing states in the region. And I speak particularly about the importance of the blue and green economy. There was a plea that was made by the CRFM, the CARICOM Fisheries Management Organization, and we are still awaiting in the Caribbean the service of the non-SEM vessel, and it was promised as far back as 2019, and it is very critical that we address this issue going forward because it impacts on production and productivity of the fisheries sectors of many small island developing states. I'm obliged.
Thank you. Ahora tiene...
Now, the representative of Colombia has the floor. Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished General Subdirector, Regional Representative Julio Verdeguer, Distinguished Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of Ecuador, Pedro José Álava, distinguished ministers, dear ambassadors and permanent representatives, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me to congratulate, on behalf of the government of Colombia, congratulate the Republic of Ecuador for the excellent organization of this conference, this regional conference, and particularly the adequate direction that the chair of this conference have given it, as well as the secretary, and to say that this regional conference in favor of agri-food systems of our region that share the common goal of complying with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The conclusions of this meeting will strengthen our work in favor of the agri-food systems of our region. The SDOs are a priority for Colombia, and we reiterate our commitment with their implementation. The objectives are enshrined in the national plan. I'm sorry, I lost audio. I'm not receiving audio in the booth. Okay. I was saying that the SDOs are a priority for Colombia, and we reiterate our commitment to their implementation. The global goals of the SDOs are enshrined in the National Development Plan of Colombia called Pact for Colombia, Pact for Equality. Colombia has prioritized in its agenda food security and nutrition. The National Development Plan 2018-2022 contains these topics, underscoring the importance of progressive development towards adequate nutrition with optimum results in health and nutrition, especially of the most vulnerable population. I'm sorry, I lost audio again. That is why the agricultural and rural investment has been increased to improve income and the opportunities of small-scale producers. In the strategic framework of the organization for 2022-2031, the importance of transforming the agri-food systems to make them more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. Contributing to a better production, a better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. For Colombia, cooperation and technical assistance in these four betters are essential to supplement the strategies and national policies. Mr. Chair, I would like to highlight the contribution of studies, analysis, and the collection of data to better guide the development of policies for food and agriculture. In this sense, we make a call so that the FAO and the UN agencies can base their studies on objectivity, methodological rigorousness, and strengthen the exchange of information and permanent dialogue among the agencies and governments. We agree on the common issues for our countries that are described in the document of FAO priorities in the region in conformity with the strategic framework for 2022-2031. This identification will allow us as a region to advance in the positive transformation of agri-food systems. The decade of information on nutrition should serve to reinforce the national initiatives against malnutrition. Colombia launched the Great Alliance for Nutrition to protect children, stimulate breastfeeding, reduce mortality due to malnutrition, and food security. And in February 2021, the initiative Innovation for Nutrition was presented, considered a pioneer because it joins innovation, nutrition, and technology to strengthen food security. Its 4 pillars are social vision, innovation, focus, multi-actors in 4 territories and communities. And for this initiative, Colombia is the regional hub of the Center of Innovation in Nutrition and Food Security. It is the first in the region. This platform strengthens innovation to comply with SDO2, Zero Hunger. We promote the Pact for Better Nutrition and Zero Hunger in Latin America and the Caribbean, which reinforces the commitment of the states with nutrition and food security. And to this agreement, 9 countries of the region have decided to participate, and we invite whoever wants to participate to join. For Colombia, it is essential to reduce the loss and waste of food. In 2019, the policy to prevent the loss and waste of food was approved. This is applied for the whole supply chain and focused on the reduction of human consumption, the use of organic waste, renewable energy, and animal feed. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Colombia. Now, Ecuador has the floor. Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we have taken note with pleasure of the support of the FAO towards agri-food systems with the full cross-cutting inclusion of measures that are consistent with gender equality and the empowerment of rural women. The strategic framework of the FAO 2022-2031 is consistent with our development plan in Ecuador, the plan for the creation of opportunities 2021 to 2025, particularly with regards to the promotion of productivity and competitiveness in agricultural, industrial, aquacultural, and fisheries sectors, and the fight against malnutrition, with emphasis on chronic child malnutrition. We especially underscore the priority of the FAO's work in the following aspects: combat of malnutrition, particularly children under the age of 2. Also, with the COVID-19 pandemic and the challenges in the context of the war in Ukraine, analysis of challenges and opportunities for the consolidation of logistics systems and trade chains, with emphasis on greater participation of agricultural producers and rural family agriculture, focusing on agri-industrial programs regarding agri-food systems for healthy diets. We recommend that the FAO, in coordination with other relevant agencies of the UN, will support with an intersectoral and multi-level support the operation of programs to reduce the prevalence of chronic child malnutrition. Our interest of having the FAO support in pilot projects to assess the better schemes of application of the organic law of school feed and promote alliances among multiple interested parties to mobilize and exchange knowledge, specialization, technology, and financial resources for the application of this law. Accentuate the FAO's work in order to face the high cost to access healthy diets. from an approach of greater participation of producers of family agriculture that favors the entire population, especially the most vulnerable groups. Regarding the initiative on prosperous and inclusive rural societies, we consider that it is useful to have the application of hand-in-hand programs to reinforce the national plans, mobilization of investment, and inclusion of approaches that will strengthen the agricultural and sustainable rural development. Every initiative to promote the increase of decent rural work should include a focus of gender and the reduction of child labor. Reinforce the work and promote more comprehensive value chains that are efficient and inclusive, trying to improve the processes of production and negotiation with emphasis on small and medium farmers. Considering the challenges of the global environment, FAO could support in the strengthening of associative capacities at every level in order to increase the access of our countries to commercialization chains that are international in agri-food, specifically the actors of social and inclusive economy, small-scale producers and family producers, as well as evaluating the gradual increase of their participation in the systems of public contracting and the supply of food. Regarding the initiative, Sustainable Agriculture and Resilient, we consider that the action lines proposed by the FAO are adequate for the fishing and agricultural sectors, and we suggest to maintain assistance to states to fight and eliminate IUU, considering relevant international agreements. We recommend the integration of adaptation and mitigation strategies for climate change in the agricultural sector in the context of the full application of the principle of common responsibilities, but differentiated and the corresponding capacities, adequate access to means of implementation, and the strengthening of climate financing and national capacities.
It would be important to make the mechanisms for avoiding losses and damages cross-cutting as a result of climate change, particularly in the agriculture sector. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ecuador. I would give the floor now to the Bahamas.
Thank you, Chair. As FAO focuses on the priorities for the medium term, particularly the 2022 to 2023 biennium, we request guidance on how FAO will support the Caribbean countries with the ongoing mobilization of resources for agri-food systems transformation, having endorsed the 4 betters and the 3 regional initiatives, specifically from the Technical Cooperation Program Review and Strategic Exercise. Firstly, we wish to commend FAO for recognizing the need to re-evaluate its systems and make the necessary adjustments to serve its member states accordingly to reflect a changing world. However, noting that the strategic exercise on the review of regional shares is still being conducted, the Caribbean region calls for more inclusive discussions within the sub-region. It should be recognized that the Latin American and Caribbean region has the greatest number of small island developing states, 16 out of 33 globally. These SIDs are most vulnerable to impacts of climate change, biodiversity, and increasing socio-economic risks, largely due to slow recovery from natural disasters. In the Bahamas, we are still facing the climate change results of Hurricane Dorian, and 2 years later, we have still not recovered from this negative disaster. There is definitely more additional need for special attention at sub-regional levels for fair distribution of resource allocation. There are Caribbean countries like the Bahamas that receive the minimum allocation of $100,000 per annum in the biennium, which is insufficient for a substantial catalyst for work in comparison to other Caribbean countries that receive higher allocations in addition to donor funds that are left untapped. It is paramount, Chair, for FAO to address this question of concern to truly claim transformative results in the next midterm, especially in small island developing states that receive negative results of climate change. Thank you.
Gracias, Bahamas.
Thank you, Bahamas. Bolivia has the floor. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, delegations. Chairman, we find ourselves in 2018 to 2014, the year of the camelids, where there's a significant presence of these animals in our region as well as in Africa. The work of achieving food to 2024 in 2021, 2023 is a task that will be very difficult. It's a task that needs to be undertaken by all countries, and a plan of action is very important. For Bolivia, we find ourselves in a situation of vulnerability as a result of climate change in the Andean region. Not just Bolivia, but all of the countries of the Andean region have been characterized as highly affected by climate change. At the local level, we've had changes of climate with displacement of population of the camelids, the llamas, the alpaca, etc., are moving to colder zones. They're heading to the south. So we believe that we need to pay attention to this, because it's a situation that could generate in the future conditions that would affect the population devoted to caring for these animals, millions of people. So in Bolivia, we have characterized our family farming, agriculture, agri-food businesses in two different systems: the traditional systems that are tied particularly to family farming, and the agro industry, which is for extensive and large-scale production. We have undertaken dialogue, Chairperson, at a high level of participation with society. We have included all of this work in our economic and social development plan that I was mentioning yesterday. That economic and social development plan is our plan for investment that is being proposed for our population. We believe that it needs to be accompanied by investments that we are making, our own resources, with international cooperation resources. And here we call on possible sources of funding to join in to these activities, not just for Bolivia, because I believe that from what I've heard over these days, that everyone is making efforts at the national level. I think that if we join efforts amongst us all, we will be able to achieve much better and greater results. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Bolivia. Trinidad and Tobago has the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. I wish to fully endorse the sentiments shared by St. Vincent and the Grenadines in relation to equity in distribution of resources for small island developing states that have all entrenched in policy agendas, green and blue economies. In Trinidad and Tobago, like many countries, we have been grappling with issues known to everybody around these tables and all listening: forest degradation, saltwater intrusion on arable lands, coastal erosion, significant degradation to mangroves, wetlands, and natural buffer zones, high cost of implementing climate-smart and agricultural production systems, and more importantly, loss of livelihoods by farmers, fisher folks, and agro-entrepreneurs. Mr. Chairman, small island developing states need critical and urgent interventions now more than ever to combat climate change impacts. As such, I wish to place on record the importance of this topic to our sustainable developments. I also endorse Bahamas' call for a more inclusive collaboration in going forward, especially in relation to climate change. Mr. Chairman, greater emphasis needs to be placed on research opportunities in climate-smart production systems, just to name one. Mr. Chairman, these are my concerns, and I speak on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and by extension, the Caribbean. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gracias, Trinidad.
Thank you, Trinidad and Tobago, and I would give the floor to Argentina. Thank you, Chairperson. Authorities. From Argentina, we want to ratify the commitment to the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. We share the importance of the priorities of this strategic framework for 2021 to 31, the needs in the region and the importance of ensuring access to food, increasingly in the high or increasing price context, the importance of advancing in a more just and transparent context, free of subsidies and tariff restrictions. We want more production with more producers, and for this it's essential that we all have access to value chains. In terms of climate change, our priority goes through adaptation. We are not the main causers of this problem, and if we want to continue to produce the foodstuffs that the world needs, we have to adapt. That does not mean that we need to reduce our efforts in mitigation. We actually do them, and we do them greatly. The priority, rather, is to continue to be leading players in food security. It is the developed countries who are responsible for climate change who need to finance our transition to more obtainable systems. As we mentioned in other opportunities, we have our special vision in terms of transformation of the food systems. There is no single model, and our agro-industry, although it has things that can be improved, it is part of the systems for sustainability, and it has good points. As a result, we need to define concepts in multilateral systems over and above what each country pays internally. As a result, we cannot accompany concepts such as blue or green economies or those based on nature only. We must recall that in this council of, or in the Council of the FAO, there was a blue concept which was within the framework of the 2022-2031 framework, and it refers to all sustainable aquaculture systems that are inclusive, including aquaculture per se. The Council always also requested that there be a reduction of the term green for sustainable. As was discussed in Nairobi, these are the foci of the systems that offer a wide range of options for countries. According to the context, they can be adapted to their systems without leaving aside the needs of developing countries, recognizing the Rio agenda of common yet differentiated systems. It is very important for us, based on our needs, that the different international and multilateral fora, that the region begin to arrive with positions, discourses, and common proposals. The challenges facing us are common, and from everything that I've heard here, there is no possibility of fighting hunger, rural isolation, the lack of growth in our countries if each and every one of our countries works alone. We are absolutely convinced that these spaces in this type of forum and in these hallways, where we must undertake strong agreements so that at every opportunity we are found to be saying the same things, the same principles, and defending the same interests. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Gracias, Argentina.
Thank you, Argentina. Now, by Zoom, we have Brazil.
Adelante, Brasil.
Go ahead, Brazil. Brazil, you have the floor.
Ok, entonces
Right then, we will go on to give the floor to Otilia Cordero, Technical Secretary of the Observatory on Food. You have the floor, madam. Hello. Good morning to you all. Thank you for the invitation to the Observatory on the Right to Food. We, as observers, I'd like to indicate that this is an academic network made up of more than 90 universities from the region. Since 2011, we have had annual calls to be able to present all of the research work undertaken for purposes of food security and the right to food. For the ORA, or the acronym in Spanish, it's undoubtedly important to say that when we speak of food, there are many ideas and feelings that come up to ensure something that synthesizes the current situation and that also proposes solutions for the short, medium, and long term. It's not simple, nor is it simple to reach agreements among so many actors involved in these themes. It's necessary that at the end of the day we be able to generate a pathway that is agreed to by all, particularly to meet the three regional goals that are essential to ensure a better life. This year, the Observatory has produced a call that is tied to these three initiatives, and that is why we, at this conference, want to request that the academic world be viewed, particularly science and innovation. And we agree with what was specified yesterday, where there is a need to foster science and technology as a means to improve the agri-food systems. In this case, we can generate inclusion of opportunities, particularly for those most vulnerable. However, we would urge the conference and the governments involved to be able to invest in the academia. In what sense? There are many research projects that unfortunately, as researchers, we are not able to undertake on our own. And if we want science and innovation, then we need not just to have human talent, but we also have to have the financial resources to be able to implement that research. It's also, in addition, important to state that we recommend that there be stimuli given to the fulfillment of the commitments undertaken within the framework of the Second International Conference on the Food in the CELAC and the 2030 Agenda for SDGs, because in this case, time is running out when we're just planning projects in the fight against hunger. It's also important to mention that the coherence of policies, not just at the national level, but also at the regional and international level, must be there, focused on evidence and the results generated in many sectors, particularly in the academic sectors, including the observatories, to fight all forms of malnutrition in the food systems, even through a better monitoring, follow-up, and evaluation of the food security policies that have already been generated. In this sense, we emphasize with great emphasis that the region has many laws that have to do with food security and nutrition. However, we would urge that these laws be actually enforced and be made visible, that they not stay merely on paper. We need to have an evaluation of true participatory processes where we bridge the gender gap. Observatories can be a link or they can generate information tied in to what we've been referring to throughout these 2 days, science and innovation. In addition, we will never be able to reach the 2030 goals if we don't reduce inequality. It's also important to stress that from the academic world, we will continue to be committed to training young people, particularly future business persons, future scientists who will be able to contribute to the improvement of the agri-food systems. For us, as the Observatory of the Right to Food for Latin America and the Caribbean, we shall continue to dialogue and to work, particularly because we have generated over 120 research papers at the service of decision makers, allied, for instance, to the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger, the Parlatino. It's also important to mention that the FAO plays an essential role in our observatory, as well as ACID and the Hemicid. Thank you ever so much. I wish you every success in your work. Thank you very much for your intervention. Once again, we will try to give the floor to Brazil. There was a problem in the Zoom connection. You have the floor, Brazil.
Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Thank you very much. So if you don't mind, I'll restart. It's a brief intervention. Brazil is pleased to be part of the discussions regarding FAO's priority for Latin America and Caribbean. While recognizing the enormous challenge faced by the region, we would like to highlight our resolute support to the principles of the 2030 Agenda and our commitment engagement, both at national and international level, in achieving the SDGs, based on the 3 pillars of sustainable development. As we put in practice the strategic framework, it is important to bear in mind the concerns voiced by members, many of them parts of this regional group, in the last FAO Council, such as the perception of the tendency to oversizing the environmental pillar of sustainability to the detriment of social and economic pillars. Moreover, putting the burden for climate change, mainly in agriculture, should be avoided. Steering the organization's activities according to the interests of donor countries is not advisable. Extreme dependency on earmarked contribution should not be a common practice. Taking into consideration, Brazil welcomes the 3 regional initiatives proposed by 2020-23 biennium and would like to make some comments on them. We believe it is important to clarify how FAO will implement the proposals of the 3 initiatives and how much resources will be allocated to each of them. Once again, we underscore the urgent need to balance and make a fair distribution of projects amongst all 3 areas of initiatives. With relation to RI1, contribution to reversing hunger and increasing food security and nutrition, it is essential to make sure of already existing mechanisms and focus on FAO projects related to school feeding and healthy diet, as well as the coalition formed after the Food System Summit of 2021, so as not to duplicate efforts. See paragraph 47.3 of the document LARC37/2. Concerning RI3, sustainable and resilient agriculture, when discussing ways of building agri-food systems that are better adapted to climate change and more resilient, Brazil stressed the need to use multilateral grid language and suggest the use of One Health and other holistic approach instead of just One Health approach, according to the decisions of Convention on Biological Diversity. Furthermore, Annex 1 BP2 of the same document used the terms blue food, expression which was not agreed multilaterally, as Argentina just mentioned. In this sense, it is important to follow the orientation passed by the members by the members of FAO Council, which recognize that the blue terminology, we use it in FAO strategic framework 20 to 31, PWB 2233 and its result framework refer to all sustainable and inclusive aquatic systems, including the aquaculture system, and request this to be reflected in the adjusted PWP in its result framework. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again for giving the floor once. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. And now John Africano by Zoom, which is the new Federation of Cattle Raisers of Colombia, which would correspond to the private sector. You have the floor. Good morning, Chairperson and the other members of the forum. We're thankful for this invitation. Today we find ourselves in a transition toward agricultural fisheries systems that are regenerative and sustainable, that contribute to food security that is healthy, reducing the impacts of environmental degradation, greenhouse gas emissions, and mitigation of climate change. We're going to look at the long shadow of cattle raising and agriculture, agri-food. We are adopting good practices, considering the attributes of the landscape and productive territory, favoring resiliency, sustainability, and competitiveness of the agri-food sector. There is an urgent, immediate need in the Latin American and Caribbean region to stop deforestation of our tropical forests and to stop the development of illegal activities, including mining, drug trafficking, cattle raising, and others in high conservation areas. The private sector calls on the members of this conference, civil society, industrial society, and consumers to foster and select food that are of known source, that are friendly, healthy, and nutritious, and committed to the health of all in this region. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, Iris Ordóñez via Zoom from the National Science and Technology of Mexico, Academia. Good day to you all. The greetings of the academic and scientific sector. In this second day of dialogue, within the context of our discussions, we would like to say that we support the obtaining of the SDGs, and we work and wager on the global work in the sustainable development of us all. We would, in addition, like to say that one of our objectives as a sector, is to help with the promotion of organization and partnership of the basic sectors of agri-food sectors to avoid setbacks so as to establish centers for transformation with value-added areas for agribusiness and aquaculture based on agroecology so as to avoid waste. We believe that it's necessary to have the support of the FAO and the private sector support and micro and small producers. We also think that it's very necessary to significantly support the national agriculture systems in science for experimentation with an organic focus of the ancestral knowledge and in smart systems so as to foster the development and the recognition of their great contribution to agri-food systems, always with a territorial focus. We think that the participation of academia is very important in process such as instrumentation of ecological development that enables the FAO and other multilateral institutions to support their work in this region. We also think that the 1,000 digital villages and needs to reach more vulnerable communities, but always with a differentiated focus so that we can have better impact in the native communities, indigenous communities, and Afro-descendant communities. Thank you very much.
Gracias por su intervención.
Thank you very much for your intervention. And now via Zoom, Eric Dunn Thompson, Chair of the Agricultural Alliance of the Caribbean. civil society. You have the floor, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Madam. I'm privileged to speak on behalf of the civil society organizations of Latin America and the Caribbean. We support the priorities of FAO for the 2022-2023 biennium. However, we wish to note the need to ensure that our region is not left behind. The strategic framework reveals how ambitious, extensive, and extraordinary these initiatives are. Civil society organizations pledge our support to work with FAO. We would like to be at the cutting edge each and every time. Particularly, we'd like to know what is happening as we move along. So at the end of 3 months, at the end of 6 months, at the end of the year, we do not want to wait until the next plan for the biennium to know what is going on. We believe that this is very important. We're particularly interested in data collection, a comprehensive agriculture and food production system, as we find solution to our food ecosystems. We're pleased that more technology will be used, and we're happy to know that in the future, we can rely on FAO to help the region of the Caribbean, Latin America and the Caribbean, to be more resilient in helping in the areas of the green and the blue economies. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. St. Lucia, go ahead. You have the floor.
Santa Lucia por Zoom, por favor.
St. Lucia via Zoom, please.
Good day, Chairman and distinguished delegates. On behalf of St. Lucia, let me commend the FAO on the work done in the Caribbean region and small island economies, especially the work that they have done in value chain analysis and supporting our school feeding program. We support the interventions by St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Trinidad and Tobago with reference to support for the research agenda, especially in the area of marine resource surveys and the infrastructure to perform these studies, as quantifying these resources allows for their sustainable management and strengthening food security. In addition, as SIDS, we are among the most vulnerable to climate change and climate variability, and support the FAO strategy on climate change and building resilience to its impact. And this further requires the equitable distribution of resources. I thank you for your list.
Okay, gracias, Santa Lucia.
Okay, thank you. I would like to ask if any of the members that are present here would like to register for any supplementary opinions on this. If so, please register.
Para anotarse tienen que aplastar el botón de la derecha.
To do so, you have to press the button on the right side of the microphone. Okay, Paraguay. Thank you very much, Chair, dear ministers, high representatives, dear members, ladies and gentlemen. The discussions that gather us in this forum are of absolute importance and priority for a country, a developing country which is evidently an exporter, producer of food products, as is Paraguay, and it is a pleasure to represent my country in this meeting. And we reiterate our commitment to multilateralism and the SDGs of the 2030 Agenda under the conviction that we should increase the ambition and double efforts with specific concrete actions of all the sectors of our society in strategic alliance and with a comprehensive and holistic view of the rights of sovereign states. the economic progress, the eradication of poverty, the fight against hunger, social inclusion are intrinsically linked to agricultural productivity and its sustainability through good practices. The increase of agricultural practices and international trade have been a determining factor in the reduction of poverty in over 22% in the past 15 years. In this post-pandemic context and the international crisis in the production of inputs, and this compels us to double efforts of all the sectors and all the countries. Paraguay shares the vision and the values that promote vast, inclusive, and participative dialogues such as this, as long as they are heard and all the perspectives and focuses are heard in this challenge that leads us to work with sustainability, and the development of solid consensus will allow us to guarantee the rights to economic, social, and environmental well-being of the present and future generations. Responsibility is collective, it is common but differentiated. Therefore, the national capacities should be taken into consideration in the light of the priorities and specificities of each one of the states that make up the international community. To the effects of advancing in the different debates, it is important to analyze some concepts that allow us to efficiently address sustainable development of agri-food systems and the importance of production and responsible consumption in the 3 dimensions of the 2030 Agenda, as well as the member states of Mercosur. Paraguay advocates for abiding our debates to the multilaterally agreed language and for the FAO to adopt this practice in every sense. And we consider that these debates should include a multidimensional and multi-sectoral focus of the multiple agri-food systems that exist within the countries. We privilege the visibilization of good sustainable practices of our productive systems that today feed the world. Before talking about transformation systematically, it's imperative to analyze these good practices and their contribution to sustainable development with a high impact and scope, such as direct sowing, coverage, improvement, bovine improvement, the reduction of the loss and waste of food, and other sustainable practices implemented in Paraguay and in the member states of Mercosur that not only allow an increase in productivity but also the reduction of the carbon footprint by advancing towards not only an agriculture that is reduced in emissions but also in carbon capturing. Paraguay, in spite of its historical contribution to global emissions, is highly vulnerable to the effects of climate change, and therefore its food production system, which is the engine of its economy, is also. The challenges posed by climate change make it indispensable to center our efforts on adaptation in order to guarantee resilience of the system and maintain the necessary production for food security. Thank you. Thank you, Paraguay. Now, Guyana has the floor.
Paraguay, hay que cerrar el micrófono, por favor.
Paraguay, please close your microphone. Guyana.
I was waiting to listen to more of the views that are being expressed by my colleagues here. And first of all, I want to say we would like to see reference of a financial mechanism that make resources readily available and equally available for small adaptive and on-farm research targeting small farming communities and indigenous people. And today, when the world is being faced with serious problem of climate change, we have seen the devastation in some countries. The entire economy was wiped out because of climate change. I think we have come to a point where we have to make a decision what is necessary for us to move forward. My brother and colleague from St. Vincent and the Grenadines would have made a suggestion and a proposal to conduct marine resources survey that are very important for us because the blue and green economy in these parts of the world contributes significantly to poverty reduction. And today, climate change is causing serious problems within our countries in the small island developing states. especially in the Caribbean. We are so vulnerable to climate change that agriculture now, when we are now improving our agriculture capacity, it seems that we are taking risks because of climate change. And we cannot allow one and two countries to dictate the pace or the way forward for us. We are living in these times. We are living in these vulnerable places. We know what we are experiencing. And we are now appealing that the FAO must take strong measures to take a stand on these issues, because this issue depends, our future depends on it. So I want to support the plea that was made by St. Vincent, Trinidad and Tobago, and St. Lucia, that we must move the process forward. My brother from the Bahamas, and I think that we should have a full-fledged discussion and prioritize the ideas in moving this process forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Guyana. Ahora tiene...
Thank you, Guyana. Now Peru has the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. We appreciate the presentation regarding the FAO's new strategy on climate change. And, well, our country has been promoting climate management for the sector, for which we want to improve food security. And Peru acknowledges the international studies that have indicated these irreversible trends that endanger the planet and humanity. This based on the clear evidence of extreme climate phenomenon throughout the world, particularly extreme rainfall, extreme heat, and droughts. In this sense, our region has declared a climate emergency, which has a specific section for the agricultural and irrigation sectors, adopting urgent measures to implement the climate action in accordance with what is established in the contributions determined at a national level to 2030. Contributing with the global objective of reducing the Earth's temperature and in line with the SDGs, economic reactivation, reduction of socioeconomic gaps, reduction of risks and vulnerability to the adverse effects of climate change. Also, we have established priority lines of action in climate governance, education on climate change, monitoring and follow-up on climate action, and climate financing. Additionally, we have established priority actions for the climate emergency, and for the agriculture sector, we promote criteria related to adaptation and mitigation in the action plan for the development of the second agricultural reform promoted by the government. Implementation of institutional, legal, technical guidelines that will allow us to efficiently implement natural structure, systems, planting, irrigation, and also other priorities that promote sustainable and resilient agriculture in Peru. And with this, we highlight the priorities of the FAO in the region in conformity with the strategic framework of the FAO for 2022-2031 on the creation of a work strategy to be implemented by the regions of Latin America that will evaluate the needs and give more importance to highly detailed planning for the mobilization of economic and human resources. This strategy should take into account the management of agri-food systems in order to adapt them to climate change, generating resistance to the adverse effects that it brings. Additionally, these agri-food systems have to be more productive, sustainable, efficient, and of great nutritional value so that they can sustain the health of individuals in such a way that we promote a mitigating economy, because it contains a management of low greenhouse effect gases. It is important to announce that this new proposal initiative of the FAO prioritizes the management of financial and human resources and associations to respond efficiently to the regional needs and the vulnerable locations, including the development of capacity and human resource, promoting or enhancing the initiative between public-private alliances for technology transfer, as well as the strengthening of the mobilization of financial resources for climate. Without leaving aside the food systems, the Green Fund for Climate, the Fund for the World Environment, the Adaptation Fund, and multilateral development banks, aside from bilateral funds and of other nature that will continue to play an important role in the strengthening of the repercussion of the FAO on the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. From Peru, we will continue to work in articulation to achieve food security and the improvement of nutrition through the implementation of the contributions determined at a national level. Sectoral, the ones that should include adaptation and mitigation measures focused on gender, sustainability, intercultural aspects, and circular economy. Thank you. Thank you, Peru. Now Cuba has the floor. Please, if you can turn off your microphone. Ecuador? You have to turn off your microphone. Yes, good morning, everyone, colleagues. Of course, we echo and support the proposal and initiative of the FAO linked to climate change that today has become a practice in our country, with the support as an implementing agency or enforcing agency to the resilience and increase of the capacities of the country in the matters of rural communities, linked to the Green Fund for Climate that is highly relevant for our country. We want to ratify our commitment to sustainable development, which is also promoted by ECLAC, with the priority that is given to the Caribbean, with the slogan that they have established of the Caribbean first, where also the representation of the FAO has played an important role. And they have also supported our small island states of the Caribbean to face the consequences of a higher impact each year due to climate change that impacts our islands. We also want to underscore the importance to respond to the growing needs of our countries regarding the situation in the adverse international context that exists in our region, and especially, and I emphasize this once again, our brothers of the Caribbean, to which we feel more efforts and resources should be allocated to face all the adverse consequences that they are suffering each year and that we have to face. Of course, always in all the multilateral forums, we reiterate our solidarity support in whatever way we can. We've always said it, and we always ask to consider, even in the final reports, that in spite of all the unilateral measures that our country is subjected to, we always reiterate our commitment to continue to help, not with what we have excess of, but with whatever we have, so that we can contribute from any point of view, medical assistance, collaboration in general terms, to establish that South-South and triangular cooperation that our region is so much in need of. Thank you. Thank you, Cuba. Now, El Salvador has the floor. Chair, by invitation of the FAO, the private sector has been part of the process of consultation for its participation in this conference. This has allowed us to strengthen the intersectoral dialogue and identify suggestions that can be capitalized in the framework of the priorities to be promoted in conformity with FAO's strategic framework for 2022-2031, presented what we read yesterday from the private sector. But we also pleasantly see the promotion of sustainable agri-food systems in order to provide healthy diets for everyone. Today, the reduction of tax burdens and other measures can incentivize technologies, research, innovation, and digitizing. The availability of financing services continues to be highly variable. The Green Fund, international cooperation, and co-financing could help articulated business models in matters of nutrition and adaptation to climate change. We believe that it is convenient, Mr. Chair, to strengthen the promotion of associations, to strengthen the capacities of the different groups that share the territory. The development of productive links that are specialized and associated to conservation goals or of nutritional innovation, technology, as well as the strengthening of the association of producers, cooperatives. This is essential for the promotion of innovation, leading technology, human capital, and the creation of scale technologies. And in this sense, the field of fishing that I represent, we ask the FAO to consider a committee for aquaculture as has been constituted for cattle raising. In matters of social security and decent jobs, we consider that the FAO can continue to strengthen its assistance, especially for small producers or small-scale fishermen. They require attention from labor codes up to the national programs. And with the growing cases of obesity, malnutrition, it would be good to be able to enjoy the benefits of some healthy diets as those that come from fishing and aquaculture. I'm from Central America, El Salvador, related to fishing and aquaculture, and I can testify to the efforts and to the support of the FAO to our sector. So I take advantage of this opportunity to thank you from the Central American sector. Thank you. Okay, now Ecuador. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. For Ecuador and for the region in particular, this forum, this conference is of vital importance. And it is also of vital importance to remember the transcendence of the aquacultural and fisheries sector and its participation in the generation of revenues and for the assurance of food security in our countries. I would like to remind the Chair that the only production sector of food where we don't plant something to harvest is the fishery sector, and for this we would like to thank and highlight the cooperation that particularly Ecuador has received in the generation of its regulations since 2019, the new organic law for the development of aquaculture and fisheries, and throughout 2021 and the beginning of this year, 2022, in the drafting of the regulation and implementation of this law. The cooperation with FAO has been vital to present these regulations in a technical and adequate way, adapting the country to the most modern legal standards in matters of aquaculture and fishing. I also want to thank the FAO and position as a priority matter for the management of aquaculture and fisheries of Ecuador the adequate implementation of the agreement of measures of the governing state of ports to fight against illegal, undeclared, unregulated fishing, IUU, that affects all the countries of the world. And it is calculated that almost $23 billion a year is the harm, the damage because of this illegal activity. It's also important to bring to the table and establish as a priority the motivation and encourage the other member states of this conference to adhere to this measure, because the efforts of a single country in the fight against illegal fishing, especially in matters of highly migratory resources such as fishing resources, would be in vain. The regional efforts will mark a before and after, and we believe that with the FAO's cooperation, Ecuador can continue to be that small, large fishing country that leads these efforts in the region. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ecuador. Now, Guatemala. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. From Guatemala, we want to highlight the actions that have been carried out to enhance production and availability of food, families' well-being, investment in productive infrastructure and commercialization, health, agricultural, access to market, and a plan for the recovery and protection of soils. It is important to highlight that agriculture is a fundamental activity to eradicate poverty, promote rural development, and protect the environment. Aside from the priority role of producers in these systems, condition that was manifested during the pandemic, Guatemala firmly believes in working and aligning efforts with all the interested parties at a regional scale, especially as was mentioned by Argentina, with regional positions that will lead to better results. We also support the FAO's work, mainly in the implementation of its work plan, highlighting the objective to promote inclusive rural development, increasing physical and economic access to diverse, healthy, nutritional foods, and their consumption in family producers and small and medium enterprises in their participation in value chains and their access to markets. We reiterate that promoting the sustainability of food systems is an effort of public, private, and social actors, because we have to join actions by joining efforts, providing the technical and financial resources to generate impacts in a joint manner. Thank you. Thank you, Guatemala. Colombia has the floor. Thank you, Chair. We agree with everything that has been stated here. And simply to just close, I'd like to mention that gender equality and inclusion are cross-cutting matters in FAO, and they have been permanently present in the national policies of our countries. But I'd also like to state that in our countries, this equality agreement or pact for rural women, for the first time, these women are receiving support to improve their income and for their social and economic empowerment, but also for youth. And this was implemented in August 2021, in which a comprehensive policy was launched to strengthen the competencies of youth, generating more capacities and jobs to guarantee their effective use of their benefits. Thank you very much. Okay, now via Zoom, Haiti.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone. The FAO's interventions in Haiti are articulated around capacity building, institutional capacity building programs, as well as food security of households, family agriculture, reinforcement of household abilities to deal with natural disasters, and climate change, the effects of climate change. As you know, we had an earthquake, the last earthquake of the southern region for the 14th of August. So with the FAO, we have received support in that sense for natural disasters. Development projects there's support in development for months for the Agriculture and Rural Development Ministry, for Medio and Tao. We have there's a financing, GEF financing project. We also have several government mechanisms tied in to climate resiliency. the integrated work program financed by the FAO, reinforcement of measures to reduce catastrophe risks for natural disasters, including extreme climate change events, projects in Haiti, for instance. There's a project for repairs to meet the urgency that was financed by the FAO as it affects Haiti and Latin America and the Caribbean. As you know, we saw that swine flu was identified in Haiti, and so we've had support that is undertaken from the FAO to solve the problems and so as to control the issue and to manage the African swine flu. There's also assistance to combat hunger. There are fields of prioritization, including reinforcement of institutional capacities for food security and nutrition. We also have a priority area, which is development of agriculture, agro-industry and farmers, natural resource management. Number 4, reinforcement of resilience to natural disasters and food for food security. As you know, Haiti is affected by food insecurity. Over 4.5 million Haitians find themselves in food insecurities, so we are working very hard with the institutions in the country, including the FAO, to be able to support measures to solve that problem, which is food insecurity. As a result, for instance, we in Haiti, in the Ministry of Agriculture, would like to express our warm appreciation for the actions undertaken within the framework of the activities with the FAO. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Haiti. St. Vincent and the Grenadines now has the floor.
Bolivia, por favor. Adelante.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to spend a minute developing a point that was raised by the Honorable Minister of Guyana, and it has to do with the issue of financing, because at the end of the day, we can have an excellent discussion if we don't contextualize it within the framework of how we are going to finance it. It would just not happen. And Mr. Chair, I want the record to reflect that we need to see what synergies we can have with the Green Climate Fund and how we are going to address issues touching and concerning GEF 8 to have a particular focus on the small island developing states of the Caribbean. So those 2 points I want to note. 1, GEF 8 and the Green Climate Fund.
Gracias.
Thank you. And now via Zoom, Mariano El Salgado from the Alliance for Food Sovereignty of the Peoples of the Bosedia for Civil Society. Thank you, Chair. Good day to you all. Here we would like to refer to a key topic that is affecting all work areas in the FAO, which is agroecology. It is essential that we retake the path that was undertaken as of 2018 of the symposium in Rome of how to deal with the impact on agroecology from climate change. Latin America and the Caribbean have had to deal with issues of empowerment and visualization that many of the actors represented today in this assembly and this conference. This continues to be the case, and that is needed. Many of the representatives here have mentioned that we need a regional strategy. Argentina mentioned this to work on agroecology. The academic world is prepared. There are human resources. Ecologic resource production is underway, and they're working on many different paths to see this move forward. In the region, we've got public statistics so that we can understand what is going on. We have all of the resources, but what we need is joint work to be able to recognize the value of agroecology, not just for climate change purposes, but also to contribute strategically to the security, food sovereignty, and everything that has to do with true nutrition. So this is a call from the civil society, Meyera, which is the organization that I represent here today, a call to think about the regional strategy and to re-look at agroecology from the FAO and from each of the countries in the region, because there's an accumulated need, but we need a process to facilitate the transition and to strengthen ourselves in a time of a crisis in which agroecology is giving the best that it can, but we need a strategic joint strategy to be able to move this forward, and we need the guidance of FAO as of what was done in 2018 in the FAO in Rome. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, Haiti via Zoom.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your interventions. Yes, Haiti, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. We would like to simply add in a few aspects with respect to what was just mentioned by the Minister of Agriculture of Haiti concerning the dynamic of climate change in general for the Caribbean, of which we are a part. For instance, there is a set of questions or matters that are still of concern that has to do with planning and management of agro-systems in our countries. To what extent cyclone activities or hurricanes, as we find them, as never before seen in the Caribbean, that 200 kilometers hitting our coasts, and as is the case of phenomena that we know in the Caribbean as El Niño or La Niña. In the Caribbean, we also see do not know exactly what the impact is on the region, and the data that has been analyzed has proven that there's a desolate action on Haiti, or terrible action on Haiti. The effect of climate change in the region, we need to confirm or assert. And to do this, we need to find and collect additional data, perhaps from outside, so as to complete the meteorological data that we have here. For instance, in the Caribbean, we have islands that are very difficult, or where there are others where we have no agricultural activity, others where there is. We need to find a standardization of our data via preliminary handling and uniformization of the meteorological networks in the Caribbean, and not just the standardization of data, but to look at the data that's available from all countries in a system for sharing data that could serve for the implementation of a warning system that has to do with everything relative to the island agricultural systems. So our suggestion this morning would be to see how the FAO could help the island states in the Caribbean to better their data systems related to climate and to better manage those systems. That question could also be asked in terms of the what has to do with the green and blue economies in the region, with an effective valuation of science and innovation in that particular sense. Thank you, Chair. Bolivia has the floor. Thank you, Chair. Once again, we would refer to the climate change strategy of the FAO. Our attention was drawn to the pillars. However, the position of Bolivia is focused on the framework of COP16, where there is an urgent call to avoid the climate collapse, based particularly on reducing temperature below 1.5 degrees within the framework of Article 2 of the Paris Agreement, application of non-market aspects that are non-direct, implementation of prevention and strengthening adaptation and management of damage and losses. This proposal was raised by Bolivia in the framework of our contributions in the framework of the Paris Agreement, where we believe that its effect on food production needs to be one of the axes or columns of our action. And in this sense, for Bolivia, actions against climate change must prioritize adaptation in all agricultural systems, the traditional systems and agro-industry systems, with an emphasis on traditional systems that enable people to adapt. We believe that it's impossible to adapt in traditional systems, taking into account that there are historical responsibilities for climate change that come from developed countries and capitalistic system, and the burden of climate change, of dealing with climate change, cannot be put on traditional systems. Carbon sequestering in their policies that corresponds to the most vulnerable sectors of the climate crisis, and there is where they have no historical responsibility for that. And in view of this, we propose, Chair, that the actions that need to be implemented against climate change must be comprehensive management of security, food security, to seek social responsibility in line with our commitments and traditions, and seek environmental development in that sense. Bolivia believes that the FAO has an important responsibility in strengthening implementation of actions focused on the Mar de Tiesa for the food security of the country, so as to underscore the importance of indigenous, local communities and smallholder farmers and their importance for planet Earth. Thank you very much. The Secretary has the floor. Thank you very much. We still have Costa Rica via Zoom registered on the list of speakers. We've taken due note of the comments with respect to the climate change strategy, and after this conference, we will have a specific follow-up in Rome, where there will be an introduction on the strategy that's being prepared. But thank you very much. We've taken note of the comments. Also, if the delegates would like to take the floor, please press your button so that we can record your desire to take the floor and thus give you the floor in due time. Costa Rica, you have the floor via Zoom. Thank you very much, Chair. Since it's the first time that we take the floor, I would give my greetings to all delegations joining us at the conference today. And of course, I would like to express my appreciation to our sister nation of Ecuador for organizing and hosting this conference. Now, with respect to the point being dealt with, we would like to say that as a full member of the FAO, we support the strategy, the FAO's strategy on climate change, and that it be harmonized from its concepts with the SDGs on the basis of the 3 dimensions of sustainable development, the common goals, and cooperation envisaged to fulfill the 2030 agenda, the Paris Agreement, and the Rio conference. Given that climate change's impacts have an effect, we are studying them. We are thankful that the strategy is maintained as a live document and currently being updated, and as a result that we take into account the different contexts, traits, priorities, and the capacities in different countries, as well as the different scales. A coordinated focus amongst all stakeholders, including the private sector, women, youth, and indigenous peoples, as well as Afro-descendant peoples and local communities, makes this interactive. In the preparation of this conference, through national consultations that were called, Costa Rica identified national priorities in the agricultural, fisheries, and aquaculture sector based on the work of the FAO, so as to support those who are most suffering the consequences of climate change. We would reiterate the words of the Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of Costa Rica, Mr. Alvarado Rivera, where we emphasize that for my country it's essential to ensure access to family farming, the new technologies offering collective access, financing, etc. We would also need to continue to foster development of markets with fair prices for farmers, as well as the building of risk mitigation so as to guarantee the outlines of processes adapted to the agricultural system that include family farmers. Latin America and the Caribbean have shown themselves to be one of the most solidary regions despite the effects of the COVID pandemic. The natural phenomena as a result of climate change are increasingly frequent, and as a result we would call on the FAO to continue to support us in this strategy, always considering sustainable forestry management, food needs, oceans, rivers, continental waters, biodiversity, the loss of and waste of food, erosion of soil, and work focused on ecosystems. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Costa Rica. And now Mexico has the floor via Zoom. Thank you, Chair. My greetings to you and to the Secretariat, as well as to all the delegates attending via Zoom or in person. We believe that the 3 fundamental pillars of the FAO are the FAO as a source of data for collection of information, as an agency for technical cooperation with field projects, and as a forum for debate, such as the example of this regional conference. I would like to speak a little of the projects that we are currently working on with the FAO. One that has to do with sustainability in terms of soil management with the REX Soil MEX project for recarbonization and good practices in soil management. The projects that we are about to start on with the FAO on conservation and sustainable use of genetic resources for agri-food and agri-industry, the GEF projects on agro-diversity being undertaken with CONABIO, which is the National Commission for Knowledge on Biodiversity, and the GEF on management or handling of biodiversity and restoration of forest and forestry landscapes with the National Forestry Commission, as well in the country C countries with the National Institute of Fisheries and the National Commission of Natural Protected Areas. We reiterate thus that with our experience, our bilateral experience working with the FAO, we are also more than willing to encourage activities related to cooperation with countries in the region and in other regions of the world, because we agree with Argentina in that we will only be able to move forward together on many issues and problems if we work together, and not if we work in an isolated or individual fashion. We need to share our experiences and enrich our needs through the information that comes from other countries. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, sir. And now, the Minister of Livestock of Uruguay via Zoom. By your leave, it's not the Minister of Agriculture of Uruguay, but rather Cecilia Sones, the Assistant to the Minister of Agriculture and Livestock. Thank you very much, and I would like to congratulate the organizers of the event for this event. Now, with respect to the topics at hand today, as you know, Uruguay is a country whose greenhouse gas emissions have a very high weighting in our field of livestock raising, and we are making great efforts to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and methane, for instance. In this work, we are appreciative of the FAO for its work in promoting good practices in livestock to reduce emissions and have carbon sequestering and carbon capture. In this sense, we believe that the FAO can continue with its excellent support for regional initiatives. As our colleague from Mexico said, the region needs to work together so as to be able to reduce its emissions, but particularly to have food production systems that are adapted and resilient. The Latin American platform for climate action, Uruguay is the pro tempore chair, and this is a space where we are promoting the building of resilience, adaptation, and the co-benefits of mitigation. As a result, I would call on the FAO to continue to support regional efforts that, at the end of the day, will enable us to have food systems that are safe and to fight food insecurity. Those are the comments I wanted to make, and I would like to congratulate the organizers for the conference. Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Mario José Troya from the Consumers International Council, spokesperson for civil society, has the floor. Good day. Thank you, Chair of this very important regional conference. Consumers International has an old relationship with the FAO that has delved deeper as of this signing of a memorandum of understanding. Consumers International is a world organization of consumers, perhaps the only one from civil society's perspective. We have been working from the point of view of sustainable consumption aligned with the SDGs. Likewise, in particular, with number 12, which refers to responsible consumption and production. As a result, our work in terms of responsible consumption contributes to the objectives of food security, one of which components is consumption per se. We are promoting changes in the consumption habits of food to achieve sustainable and responsible consumption amongst the population that also respects the environment and takes into account the consumers of agro-industry consumers. Our work is aimed at throughout the work aimed at correct, adequate consumption, and we've undertaken work as well to fight obesity through education, formal and informal education, and at the level of schools and universities. We have also been able to see that in the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, that the labeling, a front-facing label that includes information enables us to have access to safe food. Our efforts need to be directed to the means of, or the way in which consumption is undertaken, and we direct our efforts to youth, children, and women, having synergies that enable us to advance in consumption and the different consumer organizations, over 100 all over the world, having better conditions of consumption and nutrition. Thank you very much, and I would congratulate you for this very important 37th LARC. Thank you very much. And now, via Zoom from Venezuela. Good afternoon, Chair. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you perfectly well. Thank you very much. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela thanks the FAO for presentation of document LARC37 that contains updated information on the FAO's strategy on climate change for 2022-2031. We express our support for this new strategy on climate change, recognizing the efforts of the FAO to undertake a more inclusive process. In this new strategy, it's important for the FAO to take into account the needs of countries so as to see them reflected, to see us reflected in them, understanding the diversity in that respect and respecting and implementing the commitments assumed, in particular those that refer to the Framework Convention of the United Nations on the Climate Change, the Paris Agreement, and the Kyoto Protocol, with common yet differentiated responsibilities. And in this sense, we recognize the commitments undertaken by all countries within the framework of the 2030 Agenda in terms of climate change, in particular the reduction of world greenhouse gas emissions, as well as to, in a balanced way, deal with mitigation, adaptation, financing, and others. We must bear in mind that the environmental crisis is the result of the unsustainable production and consumption habits of developed countries. These patterns are affecting our region that cannot dealt with long periods of hurricanes, extreme natural phenomena. It's clear, however, that the actions and policies of one single region, of a small group of countries, are insufficient. It is only if the countries that have responsibilities assume them via ambitious goals of mitigation, and that is the only way that we will see a fair and long-lasting solution to the effects of climate change. We see that the agricultural sectors and agricultural systems are one of those that are most lagging vis-à-vis climate change, added to anthropogenic results. As a result, the new strategy on climate change from the FAO, as a function of the organization's competencies, must take into account the large agro-industrial systems, making them resilient to climate change without leaving anyone behind. Mr. Chair, I would also like to say that we support that the strategy underscores the ancestral contributions of the indigenous peoples. They have traditionally been part of the environment, and they have fostered their lifestyle that truly is adapted to the environment. Preservation of biodiversity, the health of soils and of waters. We also support this focus at the three levels of the world, regional, and national levels. In the understanding that in view of worldwide problems, there are not single solutions. As a result, we need coordination with countries to strengthen national plans in these matters. We would like to refer also to the creation of a group of friends with respect to the new climate change strategy. We would like to add ourselves to what has been expressed by other nations with respect to the need that that group of friends must be open, plural, and as a result, inclusive. Finally, Chair, I would like to reiterate the words expressed by President Chavez within the framework of the Copenhagen summit. We cannot change the climate. Let's change the summit. I think that that phrase today becomes increasingly important. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. And now Mexico has the floor.
por Zoom.
I take advantage of this opportunity to mention that we're going to have a specific segment on climate change where we'll have a chance to make observations. However, we've taken note in the Secretariat of everything that you've mentioned previously on climate change. Mexico, via Zoom. Thank you. The situation of climate change is a dynamic that requires fast responses that will allow us to anticipate the effects instead of reacting to them. And for this, the academia should work together with the FAO and decision makers to contribute with innovative solutions in what is social, technological, economic, and environmental. For example, to avoid the contamination of the environment by promoting BPAs in the framework of economy and circular economy by having anticipated activities supported on bioeconomy and seeking tools that can prevent through the responsible use of agrochemicals and also mitigate the impacts that cannot be avoided with friendly tools with the environment and territories. We should take advantage and use the innovative capacity that the academia has to face the variable challenges that climate change brings in, and world research should be used interdisciplinary and in a cross-cutting manner on this problem that directly affects us in the region. These advances should be accompanied by effective and convincing communication on the problem that should be solved in an equal way so that the advances that are generated to implement them at every level with the same possibilities and conditions in the region. It is also necessary to point out the need to consider these phenomena because when there are tragedies that have been announced, as has been indicated in IPCC, what is caused is a reactive situation, and it's important for governance, environmental, to be focused on protecting natural resources and soils so that the ecosystems are sustainable with public policies of sub-regional character and of zones that require special environmental protection. Thank you. Thank you. Now, Juan Diego, Director of Vida for Central America and the Caribbean. Yes, good morning. I thank FAO for inviting me and for inviting us, which is a sister organization of the FAO. On our part, we can just reiterate the joint work commitment with the FAO, with national governments, and especially we highly value the plurality, the multiplicity of voices that are added to the contributions of the civil society, the private sector, public sector, indigenous organizations, populations of African descent. The challenges are of such magnitude in matters of sustainable agri-food systems that just by joining efforts with all the institutions and key stakeholders, we can actually promote an agenda that is actually transformative. On our part, we would like to make a couple of comments. One, to take into account the great opportunity that we have ahead of us. All the parties in the framework of the agreements that have already been materialized in recent months in preparation for the summit of the United Nations for Food Systems. There are clearly defined roadmaps that are now being implemented, and for this it is necessary to join political wills and resources. And it is important to make a call not only to the executive branches but also to the legislative ones. And that is where year after year the main laws are approved, especially public budgets of the different states. And that is where we should materialize these political wills, considering that the region of Latin America and the Caribbean are seeing a sustained reduction in matters of traditional cooperation resources for development, and that is why this additional effort has to be made by national institutions to place political will and financial resources, also put this on the table in the framework of our capacities as an international financial institution. We have been supporting a broad portfolio of investments throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. Many of the operations are done jointly with the FAO, and for us it will be a pleasure to continue to foster this agenda led by the national governments that have the ultimate responsibility of promoting this work in each country. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, Elias Reyes, Secretary of Agriculture of Mexico, via Zoom. Go ahead, please. Mr. Elias Reyes, we have you on the screen now. Unfortunately, we cannot hear you. My apologies, Mr. President. I will be participating on behalf of the delegation of Mexico and the Secretariat of Agriculture in my reference to some institutional projects of the country. I did this a moment ago. I already took the floor, and I feel that I do not need to do so again. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Jairo Flores from the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much, Chair, honorable members of this activity. In representation of the Parliamentary Fronts Against Hunger in Latin America and the Caribbean, we add to these efforts and this initiative proposed by the FAO to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, zero hunger, climate change, family, agriculture, aquaculture, fisheries in general. And it's very important for all of us to join efforts in these actions. We also believe that it is important and also necessary through the FAO to reinforce and coordinate the work of the parliamentary funds with different sectors regarding this. I'm referring here to the work with the academia, with the government, with civil society, with the international community. That allows us to make a joint effort and to also take advantage of the space that we as parliamentary members have in the Congresses of the Republic. This practically with some specific objectives. First, to put in a very high place in our agendas the things that have been mentioned here. This would mean to move from a speech or from words to action, because some of these activities and actions are supplemented in the legal framework and the creation of laws, especially that allow us to turn these things into public policies and of state for our countries. It's important to highlight the increase of budgets at a national and international level. This with the purpose of generating more resources, always with the specific purpose of it being through reliable measuring systems that will allow us to verify the impact that our programs and our actions are having in the fight against hunger, malnutrition, and especially in the aid to our food systems. As I said, the law system is very important because it somehow materializes all the ideas, all the actions that are carried out from FAO, from civil society, from the academia, and from others, that in the end can turn into this legal framework that will support our objectives. And that's why we propose an Ibero-American and Caribbean parliamentary agreement. This pact has that objective of putting in that central agenda, as I said at the beginning, to go from speech to action, and in the parliaments of all of Latin America and the Caribbean. And that is why I think that it is also important to continue and reinforce by the FAO the support to the work in the parliamentary fronts and coordination with other entities and institutions. Thank you very much, Chair and honorable representatives. Thank you. Next, we have Silvana Bertolini, Caritas Argentina, spokesperson of civil society via Zoom. Good morning. Since this is our first participation, we appreciate the invitation to participate in such a distinguished and important event. I speak as member of civil society from Caritas Social Pastoral of the Catholic Church, one of the institutions that is mostly present in the territory, collaborating actively for over 60 years in the assistance and development of less favored populations and with less opportunities throughout the world. Our way of taking the mission forward is through our professional and human presence in neighborhoods and communities with profound closeness and connection to people in a situation of injustice and inequality. We work with programs adapted to each country and each region. For us, each person in a situation of poverty is not just a number that is recorded as statistics, but rather a person of whom we know their name and their life. 267 million people in a situation of food insecurity in our region are profoundly concerning us, and from our position, we encourage the importance of life with special dedication to those most vulnerable. To work for access to food results a matter of justice, dignity, autonomy, and inclusion. Caritas understands that development. I'm sorry. I'm having problems with my computer, she says. Caritas understands that development will only be guaranteed by working through an integrated approach towards the future. For Caritas, development means to build a world in which we all can live without fear of hunger and injustice, coexisting peacefully and offering what is necessary for ourselves and protecting our planet. Caritas shares the vision and the commitment contained in the SDGs. It has participated in the open and collaborative process in 2015, as of which this new development agenda arose. We know that the goals are ambitious and they have an enormous challenge, but at the same time they offer hope and put in the center of the discussion the dignity of human beings, as well as the encyclic of Pope Francis has mentioned. I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening with my computer. Knowing that we are still very far from complying with these goals, Caritas' commitment is to work through all its agents in Latin America and the Caribbean, and in full collaboration with governments and other organizations in order to advance in this commitment that seeks well-being for the lives of most impoverished and vulnerable populations. We make a call to those that have special responsibility and place emphasis on their management of the necessary means and make their greatest efforts to comply with the compliance assumed by closely listening to the voice of the people. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, now we will take a 15-minute break. We ask you to please return punctually to the session. Thank you.
Que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años, y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza,
hear and discuss the issue, updating the drafting of the new FAO strategy on climate change under document LARC-22/5. This is an informational session, and we will hear comments on the plan that has been noted, particularly on the vision, principles, change theory, and pillars of action that have been suggested in the framework of the advisory process in drafting the strategy, which will be submitted for consideration by the Council in its 169th period of sessions in mid-2022. Eduardo Mansour, who is the Director of the Office on Climate Change, Biodiversity, and the Environment at the FAO, will give us a presentation on this. This will be a virtual presentation, and we will then have the floor open for interventions. Mr. Mansour, I give you the floor. Thank you very much, Chair, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to greet you from the FAO headquarters in Rome, Italy, and I am honored to present the topic for this session. If I may, Chair, I will now begin sharing my screen. Please confirm you can see my screen. And I apologize, Eduardo, we're not able to see the screen. Can you share the screen on Zoom?
Estamos viendo, Eduardo.
Now we can see it. Thank you very much. So I'm here to present to you the topic that we are debating during this session, and that is the FAO new strategy on climate change, which we have brought to this conference in order to provide some guidance. Now, why are we doing this? In 2019, the FAO assessed our contribution to SDG 13, that is climate action. And among the various recommendations, one of them was that the FAO needed to come up with a new strategy on climate change. That was in order to scale FAO action, that is, elevate FAO action on climate change when it comes to agri-food systems based on the latest scientific evidence. And this was a recommendation not only for the FAO, but also for other activities related to climate change that needed to be boosted. And we also needed to better align the FAO strategy with the 2030 Agenda, the Paris Agreement, and the FAO strategic framework for 2022 and 2030. 2031. Above all, the intention was to ensure that agricultural and food systems in the future are part of the solution to climate change and capable of better addressing climate risks in all activities promoted by the FAO. The framework for this new FAO strategy that has been developed, Chair, is therefore based on the SDGs in the framework, the regulatory framework of FAO activities and our strategic framework, and the results of the UN climate conferences, particularly the latest COP, which was held in Glasgow, and the results of the recommendations from the UN Summit on Food Systems that was held last year. And above all, based on scientific evidence, and that includes the IPCC reports. I would like to draw your attention to something specific that was presented just this month on the impact of adaptation and vulnerability. That is the 6th IPCC report. Ladies and gentlemen, 40% of the global population lives in situations that are highly vulnerable to inequality, and that is affected by climate change. That is particularly the case in Africa, South Asia, Central and South America, the SIDS. These are the countries that are most affected due to thermic stress, water scarcity, due to the constant issue of food security. There's also the issue of heavy rainfall and flood risk, and the weather makes fires more likely. And we also see ocean acidification, and changes in these ecosystems lead to changes among the natural populations in the oceans. There's a very clear need to share wide-ranging knowledge and to conserve and restore ecosystems, prioritize equality and justice, engage individuals, reconcile various interests, and scale up investment and cooperation based on countries' needs and interests. We need to work moving toward this target of 1.5 degrees Celsius because some of the natural solutions may no longer work if we breach that threshold. Therefore, with support from its members, the FAO has been developing a new strategy on climate change, and we presented that at the last council of the FAO held in Rome. The baseline for that strategy and the guide are based on these 5 sessions that you see here on the screen. There will be an introduction to the document, a chapter on climate change as a global threat to food security, based on the latest scientific evidence, explaining how agri-food systems suffer in the face of climate change, and in part, they can even cause climate change because, of course, they do lead to, for example, greenhouse gas emissions. But above all, we need to ensure that our food systems are part of the solution at the end of the day and harness good practices and innovative solutions. The third section of this strategy is focused on the scope of the FAO's climate change strategy, and that includes a vision and guiding principles, and the document has a global, national, and local component, and then we also have a section on implementing the strategy and measuring success. This is in order to ensure that we are able to reach our goals. So how does this differ from the last strategy? Because we already do have a climate change strategy that has been in place since 2017. However, information has evolved, and that forces us to change our expectations and activities. So what is new? We have better alignment with the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs, as well as the Paris Agreement. We have reinforced the principle of common but differentiated responsibility, known as CBDR. That already did exist, however, we have strengthened it in this new document. We address the interlinked challenges, for example, the loss of biodiversity, desertification, environmental degradation, and access to renewable energy sources all have a direct intrinsic link with climate change. We also focus on developing countries through capacity development at the local level and improving access to finance and investment. This includes new innovative forms of investment. It contributes to the latest international pledges and initiatives and holistically addresses the issues of crops, livestock, forests, fisheries, aquaculture, and related value chains, livelihoods, and ecosystems, along with means of subsistence and ecosystems which are influenced by agri-food systems. This is very comprehensive. It's not just focused on fisheries or agriculture, for example, because everything is interlinked. This is a comprehensive strategy. This new strategy builds on the potential to combine adaptation and mitigation in agri-food systems. Sometimes our challenges are the most effective economic opportunities to combat and mitigate. We need to harness this opportunity in front of us, and it is rooted in science and innovation, building on multilateral partnerships, multi-stakeholder partnerships, and the FAO's comparative advantage. This is all described in that document. During these sessions that we held, ladies and gentlemen, we came up with 10 guiding principles for developing this new strategy. That is, we need to take an agri-food systems approach, and we need to place the most vulnerable people at the very heart of our activities. This, of course, is part of the SDGs and the 2030 Agenda, that is, leaving no one behind. We need to embrace good practices and innovations through exchanges of knowledge, science, evidence, and promote a climate action that is led by countries in order to ensure we achieve sustainable results. That is, the countries need to lead these activities. We need to ensure that we comply with our partnerships, and we ensure a gender focus as well as participation and engagement of youth and vulnerable populations. We need to support inclusive multi-stakeholder approaches and scale up political and financial supports in the agri-food system and adopt a no one-size-fits-all approach. That means we need to adapt to whatever conditions we face in each country and region. Here on the screen, you can see a summary of the theory of change. It looks at the causes and consequences. We see poverty and inequality that lead to high vulnerability to climate change impacts, and unsustainable agri-food practices and value chains that lead to high levels of greenhouse gas emissions. Then we look at the support that the FAO is able to provide for these pillars at the regional, global, national, and local levels, with the expected results that would be transformative and allow us to ensure that our agri-food systems have a positive impact on society and are sustainable, and we ensure that our sectors are inclusive, sustainable, resilient, and able to adapt to climate change and its impacts, and that they contribute to a low-emission economy while also providing sufficient healthy and nutritious food for healthy diets and other agricultural products, fibers, anything that comes from agriculture and services in production areas to serve our population and future generations without leaving anyone behind, and that is the vision of the FAO. Now, the action areas under these pillars are global, regional, country level, and local, and therefore we advocate and promote the role of agri-food systems, including for climate financing and investment in seeking a solution. These innovations and collaborations need to be promoted. We also need to enable and enhance the use of data, and the FAO generates data that can be used by countries and assist them in decision-making processes. We also need to facilitate digitalization. At the country level, we need to provide capacity development support and enhance partnerships and access to financing, ensure inclusive processes so no one is left behind, and also provide support when requested for policies and the development of specific policies and legislation. At the local level, we need to work through projects carried out by the FAO, when the FAO is a partner agency of various local institutions, to support and empower local stakeholders and promote the adoption of good practices and innovations. There is a roadmap right now that we are looking at during these consultations through the regional conferences, and we already have a draft that is being debated and presented by that we presented next month in Rome. And in June, we hope to have your support to submit the draft strategy for presentation at the FAO Council. I hope that it will then be approved, because then we will be able to include it in our plan of action.
What we're seeking to do in this regional conference, Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, is to get your guidance for this strategy and plan of action from the point of view of Latin America and the Caribbean, and identifying the best ways for FAO to provide support to climate action in Latin America and the Caribbean. With these words, that concludes my presentation. We have our team here and our DDG, Maria Elena Semedo, who is leading this process here at headquarters. We are ready and willing to answer any questions and address any concerns you might have, because we have a great interest in hearing from you as to how we can best respond to the challenges and ambitions pertaining to climate change and agriculture in the region. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mansour. We now invite delegations and observers to take the floor for any comments. Please raise your hands if you wish to take the floor. The Environment Minister of Panama has the floor. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank and greet everyone who's taking part in this important event. I would like to convey the warm greetings of the Environment Ministers of the Dominican Republic. We can no longer hear the speaker.
Que integramos la Comisión Centroamericana.
We make up the Central American Commission for the Environment and Development, and I'm representing them here today as pro tempore chair. Thank you for the invitation to share with you the progress and views on the intersectoral agenda and on the 2040 initiative that the Central American Commission for Environment and Development and the CAC Commission are advocating for in the region as an outcome of our participation in COP26 on climate change. The ministers endorsed this initiative, and on September 22nd, 2019, Minister Lopez presented the 2040 initiative at the summit. And this is now part of the portfolio of initiatives that need to be further developed. Our region thus committed to recovering 10 million hectares by 2030 and achieving carbon neutrality in the FAO sector by 2040. Through this tool, we declared our commitment to the NDC process, as well as our willingness to strengthen institutional and intersectoral efforts in the realm of SICA, as well as the need to have a regional action plan for the environment and agriculture. This is the backdrop which expresses a clear political will at the highest level. The technical team of the Secretariat, with the support of an interagency group led by FAO, has been working together to develop and implement a roadmap as well as a strategy for the FAO 2040 initiative, whose aim is to restore 10 million hectares of degraded land by 2040, and also seeking to achieve carbon neutrality for the agriculture, forestry, and other land use sector, or FAO, by 2030. We have no doubt that despite the emergency that stems from the COVID-19 pandemic, we have made substantial progress in implementing our roadmap and the implementation strategy for the FAO 2040 strategy, having achieved preliminary results so far, which are encouraging. We have a regional baseline for the management of the FAO sector within the 8 SICA countries. We have facilitated national dialogue between the Environment and Agriculture Ministries on this sector for processes to reestablish FAO roundtables. We've established a regional program for the development and strengthening of capacities in managing the FAO sector. We have a measurement system which also reports and verifies progress in the FAO sector in the region. We have a communication strategy for the FAO initiative to disseminate results and raise awareness among other sectors so as to garner more support for the initiative. The FAO sector brings together the environment and agriculture sectors, and our aim is to engender joint actions which will allow us to fulfill our NDC commitments. We would like to urge that you continue to support these endeavors, along with FAO and the Food Systems Summit, with a view to achieving sustainable, resilient, and inclusive, as well as nutrition-sensitive food systems. We hope that FAO will make joint efforts with technical and other types of support and seek to restore productive systems in an innovative fashion and contribute significantly to international agreements in this sector, and that these be linked with its regional strategies. Thank you very much for giving us the floor on such a sensitive matter, given that all our countries are suffering from the impact of climate change. Thank you. Thank you. Suriname has the floor.
Por favor, cerrar el micrófono en Panamá y si nos ayuda retirándose la mascarilla para poder escuchar bien los traductores.
Could we please ask you to remove your mask?
Chair, I wish to recognize the work of the FAO and express our gratitude for their continuous support. Chair, Suriname, internationally recognized as one of the most forested countries in the world, with 95% coverage with tropical rainforests and carbon negative, also has to deal with the effects of climate change, like severe floods, and also rise of food prices and rise of the prices of inputs for the agricultural sector. Chair, our delegation supports the different issues put forward by different members of the Caribbean region regarding the blue and green economy. We also, as member of the FAO and member of the Caribbean region, urges the FAO to pay attention to the problems for the region and especially that of Suriname. Chair, in addition, with the impact of climate change on the Caribbean SIDS, it is imperative that the countries receive technical assistance from the FAO to mobilize resources under the GCF and GEF to apply nature-based solutions for resilient and sustainable agri-food systems. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Suriname.
Thank you, Suriname. I see Brazil on Zoom.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start by thanking Director Eduardo Mansur for his presentation and also for the effort of informal consultation with some member states of FAO. It was the case during the discussions on the FAO Science Innovation Strategy. The Brazilian delegations believe this zero draft still contains aspects that are cause for concern in our region. Many of the points raised in our previous interventions are also present in the document we are discussing now, and we identify a pattern that should worry us all. Although we have noticed improvements, such as the clear reference to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its indivisible 3 pillars, we must reinstate interventions delivered by Brazil many times over with a view to seeking a more balanced document. Firstly, we would like to stress once again the importance that document strictly observes the limitations of FAO's mandate, keeping in tune with parameters and commitments set by the forums that are primarily responsible for the subject. In the occasions when this strategy has been discussed before, we have noticed the resistance on the part of some developed countries to attempts on our side to see clear and comprehensive reference to well-established instruments such as United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Kyoto Protocol, and Paris Agreement. It is imperative for Brazil that relevant principles and commitments include in major environment and climate change declarations and agreements are appropriately reflected in the draft. In that sense, it strikes us that FAO seems to be giving way to the views of a specific group of I stress that a specific group of countries by failing to appropriately mention on the main text, not the footnote, the principles of utmost importance for the region, such as our common but differentiated responsibilities. The current version of the document does not take into account the different realities developing countries face regarding climate change. The IPCC Working Group 2 report has highlighted the vulnerabilities of the agricultural sector in South America, Africa, and other regions. FAO should heed the scientific evidence regarding our different capabilities to cope with the current climate crisis. Developed countries must fulfill their commitment of providing funding measures, technology transfer, capacity building, and means of implementation to developing economies. In COP26, we received the confirmation that the 100 billion goal of target 13A of the 2030 Agenda of Sustainable will not be met, I repeat, will not be met until 2023. Unfortunately, the FAO strategy on climate change does not offer any policy guidance to help developed countries overcome this obstacle. Instead of placing emphasis on resource flowing from public and private partnership, financing and investment, a very optimistic feeling. The draft is very incisive when asserting that there is an urgent to act. The climate change is a threat. It is, if that's the case, the need of developing countries and provisional means of implementation to them should be at the center of the new strategy. We must stress incidentally that when mentioning global challenges, the draft must enlarge the scope of its analysis to include other challenges faced by developing worlds, such as, first, distortion in agricultural trade, flows arising from non-tariff barriers and subsidies to production in developed countries, and two, the lack of funding and technology transfer. Furthermore, as in the science innovation strategy, the present draft on climate change fails to take into account the advanced stage of development of science technology applied to tropical agriculture. Institutions in developed countries have been playing a leading role in the modernization and sustainability of agriculture production. Their continuous contribution must be recognized as well encouraged within the framework of FAO. Finally, regarding monitoring activities, we stress the need of specifically mention that FAO shall monitor exclusively the organization's own programs. Outputs incorporated to the global and regional levels are not very clear about this fundamental aspect. Brazil does not support any kind of monitoring by FAO of the implementation of the UNEP, nor the imposition of mitigation targets for sector. In order to ensure that the proposed strategy is anchored in a solid scientific base, it is important that the percentage contribution of food system to climate change remains in line with the latest IPCC report, published in 8 February 2022. Lastly, regarding the levels of action mentioned in the document with regard to the country level, it would be desirable to clarify what types of technical and political support would be offered to countries to strengthen their resilience and mitigation in relation to climate change. Regarding the farm level, it would also be essential to present more details about the package of innovative technological solutions that will be offered and how it will be transmitted and implemented by countries. Brazil stressed the need of using, finally, Brazil stressed the need of using multi-agreed language. We do not favor and will not endorse any reference to terms such as nature-based approach, green agriculture, climate-smart agriculture, as well as circular economies and circularity principles. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Gracias.
Thank you. Bolivia now has the floor. Thank you very much, Chairman. Referring to what we said earlier, in Bolivia, we have developed a planning system which is holistic and inclusive, where the vision of development is linked to managing climate change and its related risks, as well as territorial management, with a view to a holistic approach on the part of the state. Under this umbrella, we are seeking to ensure that both systems to do with traditional farming and agro-industrial farming might be able to coexist. However, in the framework of the strategy seeking for implementation to be differentiated, we would say that traditional farming systems would need to adapt to climate change. We would thus prioritize the implementation of actions focused on the motherland so as to protect and sustainably manage life systems and ecosystems through holistic and participatory measures with a view to achieving harmony among human beings and other living beings on this planet, without mercantilizing the functions of nature and promoting a harmonious approach as we tackle the social and economic challenges in seeking to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We would therefore propose the following actions, Chair. The development of policy instruments to protect, manage, and restore nature without mercantilizing its environmental functions, integrating the worldview of indigenous peoples in harmony with Mother Earth within each country's policies and programs being implemented within the strategy, facilitating equality between modern science, modern Western science, and ancestral science from the Eastern world. And yesterday, when someone mentioned scientific dialogue, I was struck by that thought. Promoting mechanisms of reciprocity, which is ingrained in the worldview of our peoples for the dissemination of wealth. The promotion of natural approaches for a balanced view, an approach to all living members, strengthening the involvement of indigenous peoples, Afro-descendant communities, women, and youth in achieving the SDGs, implementation of joint mitigation and adaptation measures linked to sustainable development, above all, eradication of poverty, bearing in mind common but differentiated responsibilities, and non-market approaches in tackling the climate crisis, promoting sustainable patterns of consumption within the limits of Mother Earth, which we often forget when implementing policies, developing legal approaches which are holistic for the protection of ecosystems, bearing in mind their environmental functions, sustainable development, and the eradication of poverty, enhancing the participation of indigenous and local communities in life systems and ecosystems, recognizing the social, economic, and cultural diversity, among others, providing water security to traditional food systems. Climate mitigation in food production can be covered by agro-industrial food production systems that are linked to the economic growth of developed countries that need to move toward more sustainable production systems. These are our concerns when it comes to implementing this strategy. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Bolivia. Next, I recognize Colombia on Zoom. Thank you very much, Chairman. Please allow me to congratulate you on your excellent stewardship of this dialogue and congratulate FAO for this strategy. Distinguished delegates, Colombia recognizes the importance of the plan of work with a view to developing a new FAO strategy on climate change. This strategy will contribute to achieving greater ambition in our countries in achieving the climate agenda and helping us transform our food systems with a view to achieving the SDGs, as well as collective action to achieve the long-term goals under the Paris Agreement. In order to do so, Colombia would like to highlight the importance of this new roadmap in recognizing and disseminating the available scientific knowledge as pillars of action to tackle the challenges that emerge from links between climate change, extreme weather events, the risks of weather disasters, food insecurity, and poverty. Most recent scientific data, including the IPCC report, alert us on the impacts on countries in our region and vulnerability that stems from this, as well as the likelihood of the 1.5 degree increase in temperature in coming years. We are therefore looking for innovative solutions to incorporate mitigation and adaptation in our plans. We also think it's relevant to take an integrated approach in an effective way when looking at the links between conserving biodiversity, climate change, restoring ecosystems, integrated water management, fighting desertification, and others. Agriculture is one of the sectors that generates the most greenhouse gas emissions. However, it's also one of the sectors that's most vulnerable to climate change's impacts. Therefore, one of our greatest challenges is to improve technology and promote sustainable agriculture while advancing our resilience and adaptation capacity while guaranteeing food security for our people. Colombia, as a very diverse country, is aware of the urgency in advancing our commitments and being ambitious in the targets we set in combating climate change and loss of biodiversity that affect food systems as well as ecosystems where our livelihoods depend on. Climate resilient development is possible when we take inclusive action, prioritizing risk management, and when decision-making processes, finances, and actions are addressed at all levels of decision-making. It is key that this strategy have a high level of inclusion, especially when it comes to the impact of climate change on smallholders and medium-scale farmers, indigenous peoples, and all vulnerable communities vis-à-vis these terrible effects. We therefore feel it would be useful for this roadmap to emphasize the need to use financial resources that are specifically allocated to this sector. We need funding if we are to take climate action and evaluate the impact of this action. We believe that we should guarantee a flow of capital that guarantees the feasibility of these long-term plans. We are seeking to make our economy carbon neutral and reduce the impact of climate change. Thank you, Chair. Next, we have Argentina. Thank you very much, Chairman. Firstly, we would like to support and endorse the statement of the Brazilian ambassador to FAO. We hope that we will be able to shed light on all the benefits of the bio industry in this sector. Our sector often suffers from prejudice and bias, which are not applied with the same rigor to other sectors, and which penalize agro-export in countries such as Argentina. Argentina is recognized for the high quality and safety of its products and its commitment to sustainability and balance across 3 dimensions of sustainability. We have done a great deal in this field and are committed to continuing along that path. Historically, when it comes to climate change, Argentina has suffered the effects rather than generated it. We have not been among the most contaminated countries. That is why, in all fora, we reiterate the need to recognize common but differentiated responsibilities. That is why adaptation and food security are our priorities. This should be reflected in the strategy, given that it has been recognized in other fora, such as the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. Another fundamental theme is that of funding. As we've said before, developed countries should provide the resources to improve food systems in developing countries, bearing in mind at all times that no one should be left behind. This should be part of the strategy. When it comes to Section 4, we have the following comments. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that there is no one single food system, especially in a large country such as Argentina. We should avoid new concepts. In this strategy, we also believe that there should be a balance among the 3 pillars of sustainability, the social, economic, environmental dimensions, and we're concerned with the use of non-multilaterally agreed terms such as nature-based solutions and others, as we have mentioned when discussing other documents. Climate change threatens food security. However, we believe it is key that we be more specific here. As we've said before, our sector is not the main culprit in generating climate change, but is the worst affected. We advocate for science-based solutions and seeking urgent solutions for the most vulnerable populations. We should also encourage countries to avoid taking restrictive trade-related measures. Unlike what happened in the UN Food Systems Summit, where there was a first document which did not represent the interests of our region, and the region worked on a joint vision, and that joint vision ensured that these types of agreements and views of the region be recognized and significantly improved the UN document. The same thing did not happen in COP26 on climate change in Glasgow, which saw us facing extremely fragmented, albeit brilliant, statements. What we need isn't an FAO strategy on climate change and at every other organization, but rather a regional strategy on climate change that is the same for all multilateral organizations. These are strategies for our countries, not for the organizations. Of course, these organizations are seeking to support us, and they will do so much better if it is clear what we need as a region. So we would like to urge you once again to work on a joint vision. Thank you very much, Argentina. Excellent.
Zoom, Barbados.
Barbados via Zoom.
Thank you, and good day, colleagues. Barbados would first like to take this opportunity to express its support for the FAO Agenda 2022-31 as proposed, and congratulates the organization for its work within Latin America and the Caribbean region. Barbados also supports the call by our Caribbean colleagues for equality in the distribution of resources, for greater inclusion in these discussions, especially in the matters of climate change, as well as other pertinent areas that may have a major impact on the Caribbean region. We would also wish to echo the concerns expressed by many countries regarding the vulnerabilities of small island developing states and their susceptibilities to natural disasters. States, especially in this region, stand on the front line of this battle of severe climate events and must have a greater voice in the development of strategies to assist with mitigating against these events. Climate change has generally been identified as one of the major threats to both small island developing states and productivity and sustainability of agricultural sectors. Barbados, given the inherent challenges faced as a small island developing state, therefore wishes that particular note be taken of the need for technical as well as financial assistance in support of its climate adaptation and mitigation efforts. In this regard, we would like to thank the FAO for the assistance being currently provided towards the implementation of our ongoing water augmentation project. We support the call for an investigation of our marine resources and would wish to see an additional mechanism for ongoing monitoring of these resources. We are all aware of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and now the war in Ukraine is having on the food and supply chains, which has impacted the cost, availability, transportation, and logistics and quality of imported products. We therefore need to move assiduously to establish sustainable food production systems and environmentally friendly solutions that will not compromise access to fresh, safe, and nutritious foods. Given the soaring food import bill faced by the countries and to our efforts at achieving food and nutrition security at prices that are affordable for all, it is considered that FAO support will be required in the areas of the design, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of regulations and policy instruments that promote healthy eating for all, promoting the development and implementation of public policies that contribute to food security and nutrition, mobilization of resources to support countries in the development of policies and innovations for healthy eating, with an emphasis on the contribution of science and technology, and strengthening national systems of agriculture and rural statistics to inform this food system transformation. Finally, Barbados would also like to applaud the FAO for its value chain development work in Barbados and the region, and supports the focus on the identification of value chains that are linked to priority crops, as well as the formulation of strategies for their development, with government playing a role in serving as a catalyst to drive private sector investment in this area. It may therefore not be prudent to provide further technical assistance in moving the process to the stage of implementation, as the region looks to import substitution that insists with combating the high food prices currently being faced by countries. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Guyana is now recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we have listened carefully to the presentation, and I believe that the document is particularly comprehensive and has the making of a robust and practical strategy on climate change. Guyana welcomes and supports this document. Climate change exacerbates hunger in the world. Higher temperature causes a decline in crop yields, which threatens food security and contributes to malnutrition. Since much of Guyana's population depends on increased agricultural productivity, this poses a serious risk for our population. I agree with the pillars of global level, national or country level, and at the farm level. I must say we have been supported by the FAO at each of these levels to support the government's program on climate change. I will add that we must have a regional context considered and include as well, identifying the weaknesses at the regional scale due to their similarity can be beneficial. The UN is attempting to counter the harm posed to hunger due to changing weather pattern. The FAO has assisted the Guyanese government in developing a plan for risk management in the agricultural sector. Similarly, the Guyanese government plans to create opportunities for carbon mitigation through carbon sequestration and biofuel production. This is aimed at contributing to efforts at lessening the effect of climate change, even as it expands agricultural capacity. Further, the Republic of Guyana also aims to combat climate change through low-carbon development in the following ways: developing high-potential low-carbon subsectors and industry, drought management, water conservancies, drip irrigation systems, drought bulletin, agronomist practices, food management, flood management, mitigation like pump station, natural flood early warning system, weather forecasts, dredging of fields and waterway, practicing climate resilience agriculture, especially focusing on mangrove and coastal ecosystem, restoration, integrated pest management, crops rotation, etc. As the above interventions are made, the following challenges must be addressed. And here, Mr. Chair, we were asked the question, what are some of the guidance that we can give to the FAO in crafting this strategy to be practical? And we have to take into consideration the challenges that we are faced with and that must be addressed. Large amounts of funds is required to support adaptation initiative. Limited access to improved climate technologies, often due to limited access to finance, and limited research and development in suitable adaptation initiative. Guyana welcomes and supports this document, but wishes to reiterate that explicit discussion mention needs to be made of a financial mechanism, and that is the part I want to talk about, identifying the best way FAO can provide assistance. And FAO could provide assistance to this part of the region, the Caribbean, by a financial mechanism that makes resources readily available for small, adaptive, and indigenous people.
Guatemala.
Guatemala is recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. Climate change is an undeniable reality, and even though countries... Microphone.
Listo, gracias.
Thank you. Though countries in Latin America are not the main countries responsible, we are some of the most vulnerable countries to climate change. Interpreter notes the poor audio quality. Interpreting services will resume when the audio improves. However, climate change affects our countries economically, and therefore it is one of the greatest risks that we face at the global level, and that is why we need to look at the way we produce and the availability of food. One example is tropical storms that affected our country in 2020 with a direct and indirect effect on hundreds of thousands of families. Most of them were subsistence and small-scale farmers. We also saw flooding that ruined many crops, such as vegetables, coffee, banana, basic grains in over 36,000 hectares throughout national territory. This is one example that I'm sharing because in countries like Guatemala, we are part of the 2015 Paris Agreement, through which we shoulder the responsibility to reduce emissions by 2030. And our main focus should be creating resilience and recovering productive means such as the soil and improving production techniques with innovation and technology. Our states, in addition to contributing to a global solution, need to drive mitigation activities in the face of disasters and ensure the availability of food. We need to consider and promote the protection and conservation of our forests and water sources. Guatemala has done this, and since last year we created a water parametric, which is a financial program to support producers in the face of excess rainfall and drought. We have helped over 40,000 families implement good practices for soil restoration, and we are thus contributing to food security and protecting our producers financially while driving a more dynamic economy based on agricultural and fishery production. We also have created economic incentives in order to implement practices for soil recovery and water management. This is the only way to address climate change, by adaptation and the generation of resilience. Governments need to include climate change in our regulatory impact studies, looking at parameters and methodologies for evaluation and measuring climate change. We also need to implement new technology, particularly when it comes to capture, management, and the use of water for production. As a complement to ancestral agricultural practices, with the support of the FAO, we can achieve that. We have great expectations that the new strategy will focus on financial, economic, technological, and institutional innovations, as well as the inclusiveness, strategic partnerships, and strengthening support at the regional, local, and global levels. We need to help the most vulnerable populations in each area, and this is an achievement to recover our territories and ensure the transfer of knowledge for sustainable production, as well as access and availability of financing for all of this. Thank you very much. Thank you, Guatemala. Haiti is now recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, dear members of the various delegations attending both in person and virtually to this conference. Microphone. As you are aware, and you have noted, the issue of climate change is of global urgency, and this problem affects many people. It particularly affects the small island developing states such as Haiti. That is through drought, flooding, and we need to understand that we have a duty to join our efforts. We need to involve as many people as possible in order to tackle this shared challenge, which particularly has beset the SIDS and will make a vulnerable population even more vulnerable. Therefore, we need a solution, a collaboration, as the chair just mentioned. This is part of the new strategy that the FAO is drafting and which we support. We need regional solidarity, and we thank the FAO for its initiatives and contributions which aim at assisting states in mitigating the impacts of climate change. Chair, dear members of the Assembly and members of the various delegations attending this conference, we are asking for your collaboration in adopting this new strategy, which Haiti supports. However, we need to consider the various remarks we have heard from members, such as I believe there were some comments made recently by a few members. Given that, we need to better plan this new strategy, and once again, Haiti will support the strategy. We will do so for the well-being of the various communities in our region. Therefore, for this reason, I would like to thank all of you, and we support the FAO in this endeavor. We support you for the implementation of this new strategy, which we will try to put into practice in the region. Once again, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, for having given us the floor. Thank you once again. Thank you, Haiti. The Bahamas is recognized.
Right, okay. Thank you, Chair. I wish to emphasize the four betters: better nutrition, better production, better life, and better environment. These reflect the interconnections between economic, social, and environmental dimensions of the agri-food system. Each dimension is greatly impacted by climate change, which affects the circular economy. Climate change does not respect border. It does not respect who you are, rich and poor, small and big. Therefore, it is what we call global challenges, which require global solidarity. We note that the new climate change strategy places great emphasis on the production, environment, and nutrition concerns of the agri-food system, with the exception of the economic impact that influences a better life. As a result of Hurricane Dorian in the Bahamas, extensive areas of Abaco and Grand Bahama were flooded for many days. The destruction caused by that hurricane, along with the extensive flooding, was monumental. Dorian caused approximately $3.4 billion in damages and losses, which is equivalent to 1/4 of the country's GDP. Noting that this is only 1 out of 6 hurricanes of Category 4 or 5 to land in the Bahamas, the rural economies are struggling to survive. The agricultural and fisheries sectors are now viewed as high-risk industries in many Caribbean countries, especially the Bahamas. And with the rising food prices, we must recognize that the blue and green economies needs additional focus. It is highly instructive to review the surging seas risk zone maps for some of the islands of the Bahamas that were appended to Climate Central study, and the results are disturbing. A review of New Providence Island, where the capital city of Nassau is situated, is both revealing and alarming. It is important that, as I referenced earlier today, that small island developing states who are most susceptible to the negative effects of climate change and how it affects our agri-food systems and rise in sea levels. Climate change also impacts all sectors of the economy, from agriculture, tourism, and education. Caribbean countries are experiencing extreme drought more than ever before, such as Barbados, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Technical assistance is important to implement in nature-based solutions, as they are important because they often enhance existing natural or man-made infrastructure and spur long-term economic, social, and environmental benefits. Climate-smart agriculture is needed in the Caribbean, and the investment in technology and training to facilitate the integration of this part of the sector is paramount. Young farmers are looking for integration to positively streamline new and innovative ways of farming. We cannot exclude the economic impact experienced from extreme climatic conditions, especially for small family farmers and fishers. The Bahamas and our Caribbean brothers and sisters request that the new climate change strategy considers the aspects of the blue and green economies that are impacted by climate change, and to use of the terminology of blue and green economy in this document to truly reflect better life for all, and not leaving any one or countries behind. Thank you.
Gracias, Bahamas.
Thank you to the Bahamas. The Dominican Republic is appearing via Zoom. Thank you very much, Chair. Please allow us to congratulate you for the excellent job at running our work, and we would like to take this opportunity also to note the excellent work by the government of Ecuador and Dr. Bedegue to ensure the success of this conference. And I'd like to thank you at the FAO for presenting this new strategy. And this is a wonderful document that will certainly benefit our region. We support these 7 principles in that strategy, which are related to social inclusion, environment, and activities based on results. We recognize that this strategy on climate change is a publication that seeks to improve our institutional and technical strategies as member states to improve food security and culture, forestry, and fisheries through a national agenda, and also work to ensure we are able to carry out the FAO's work. Chair, climate change affects the 33 countries of our region, and we would like to emphasize the need to deepen our work and measures to strengthen our resilience, mitigation, adaptation of the agricultural sector to climate change, and we need to continue working to promote conservation and efficient use of water, fighting water scarcity, and sustainably manage this resource. This is in the context of growing droughts, flooding, salinization, and other impacts that are exacerbated by climate change. Sustainable agri-food systems are a fundamental part of resolving the crisis, the climate crisis, and food security and biodiversity are fundamental crises that the world faces today. Without a doubt, our region faces them as well. We are working against the clock. Therefore, we need to be more effective, more efficient, and more innovative than climate change itself. Chair, it is necessary for us to adapt our policies and approaches based on the various needs of our members, considering the diversity of our region, particularly in the vulnerability of the SIDS. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the Dominican Republic. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to be very frank in my intervention. And I first want for colleagues to have an appreciation that I am shell-shocked that in the year of our Lord 2022, I am sitting in a conference where I have to defend, as a small island developing state, having certain inclusions into a document about issues touching and concerning the ultra-vulnerability of the small islands of the Caribbean, and I have to defend the issues of the inclusion of the green and blue economy, and I have to put myself to task to explain that there is a need for nature-based solutions. Mr. Chair, in 1494, the Treaty of Tordesillas divided our world in two. And the entire Americas, we were colonized. Mr. Chair, today, it is clear that our world is divided into two, and that there is a clear dichotomy and a division on the issue of the impact of climate change, and particularly so on small island developing states. Mr. Chair, my intervention here is a call for solidarity. It's a call for togetherness, because at one time in history we were all vulnerable to the vagaries of colonization. Today I do not want to leave Quito with an appreciation that within the region there are some industrialized countries and some agrarian, and that there are some who do not have an appreciation that in my country there are many persons who have to be removed from their coastline homes because of rising sea levels. That there are many fisher folk in my country who have lost their livelihoods because warmer waters, they have to dive deeper, and they're placed into chambers because they're getting the bends. Mr. Chair, as I said in my introduction, I sit here defending not my seat, but the hundreds of persons in different constituencies in my country and the thousands of vulnerable people in the OECS and CARICOM. At sometimes we speak about the issue of reparatory justice, but today we have to ensure that climate justice is enshrined in everything we do. It is against that backdrop that I recommend that the FAO has a clear, specific strategy on climate change. I'm obliged, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honduras is now recognized. Thank you, Chair. This is the first time that we have taken the floor on behalf of the people and government of Honduras, so I'd like to congratulate the people and government of Ecuador for organizing this event. I would also like to thank all of the member countries that have participated in electing our fellow citizen as a rapporteur. It is an honor for us to be here at the table with you. As my colleagues have stated before me, Honduras believes that this draft 0 of the FAO strategy for climate change still contains aspects that are cause for concern in our region. First of all, we would like to underscore the need to make a clear, exhaustive reference to well-established instruments such as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. It is imperative for Honduras and for all developing countries that are suffering the noxious effects of climate change, and this document needs to consider the various realities that countries that are developing in this region face when it comes to climate change. Having made specific mention of our common but differentiated responsibilities, given that developed countries need to shoulder their responsibility of providing financial measures that are non-reimbursable in order to facilitate access for poor countries. This includes technology transfer, building capacities, and means of application for developing economies. The FAO strategy on climate change does not offer any guidelines when it comes to policies for helping developing countries to tackle and overcome the vulnerability that their agricultural sectors face, and this should actually be at the very heart of this strategy. When it comes to levels of action mentioned in the document, with regard to the country level, it would be a good idea to clarify what type of technical and policy support will be offered to countries in order to strengthen their resilience, adaptation, and mitigation to climate change. With regard to the level of the farm level, it would be a good idea to provide more details on the technological solutions package and innovative social policies that will be shared and how they will be transmitted and implemented. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Honduras.
Thank you, Honduras. Costa Rica on Zoom, please. Good morning and good afternoon to you all. We would like to greet the people of Ecuador as well as FAO and congratulate them on this excellent organization, this event. It is clear to us that the processes whereby we can obtain resilient agriculture, which can guarantee that all technical actions benefit farmers so as to mitigate the impact of climate change and make the agriculture sector more sustainable, goes hand in hand with a few fundamental elements. The issue of funding is paramount at this time, so that all our countries and our production sectors can ensure that they have the means to allow them to implement the new techniques across the region. Speaking of insurance is fundamental. This is already happening in some of our countries. If farmers wish to undertake either a crop or livestock-related activity, if their climate conditions are to have negative impacts on their production activities, they might not have a way to recover. Hence, the need to discuss insurance at this conference, insurance as well as financing. We need to ensure that there's a guarantee scheme for farmers. We can have a very profitable farming sector, but if we don't have fair prices and transparent markets, it will be very difficult to work with and support the agricultural, livestock, and fisheries sector so that they can develop further. We believe it is key that these relationships be forged and strong within the region, and that the world at large realize that climate change needs to be addressed and mitigated all together in a concerted fashion. But we do need to help out our farmers with these tools.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the delegates for their comments and opinions, all of which were very valuable. We will now give the floor to the FAO DDG, Maria Elena Semedo, for the closing comments for this session. You have the floor, Madam.
Gracias, Excellencia.
Thank you very much, Excellency and Minister.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are. Excellency Ministers, Permanent Representatives, dear senior officers, distinguished participants, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start by congratulating Ecuador for organizing this regional conference, and thank you all for giving us your feedback on the draft strategy and for sharing with us the perspective of Latin America and Caribbean region. As we heard today, climate change is one of the most important challenges affecting food security and nutrition in the region and globally. The Latin America and the Caribbean's climate change is changing. We can see that the precipitation patterns are shifting, temperatures are rising, and some areas are experiencing change in the frequency and severity of weather extremes, and your intervention clearly showed that. Agri-food systems and water supplies are already affected, and further disruption are expected as climate change continues to change. Towns and cities will be increasingly at risk, human, animal, and environment health more adversely affected. As we heard by the presentation by Eduardo Mansour, the most recent findings of the IPCC report clearly states that the impacts of the climate crisis on communities and agri-food system in the region will be much greater than we previously thought, and all around the world will be increasing and affecting the vulnerability of region and peoples. We have heard from you, Excellencies, that urgent action are needed to tackle climate change risk and drivers, and is vital for future food security and nutrition in the region. As shown by your different interventions, Latin America and the Caribbean is a large and diverse region, and therefore there is no one-size-fits-all approach for building climate resilience agri-food system. Let me try to summarize some of your comments, and we heard from the specificities of the Caribbean region and the need for special attention relating to the seeds and its vulnerabilities. And coming from a seeds country myself, I can really understand your call and what you are trying to tell us today. You also refer to the need to include indigenous groups, the need to have innovative solutions, to have scientific and data knowledge, to have policies, and the importance of prioritizing resilience and adaptation, and also to consider the co-benefits between adaptation and mitigation. And you also expressed loudly the need of inclusiveness and solidarity, and equally the need to emphasize financial resources. We refer to the insurance schemes, and we need to really move at scale with the financial resources available to go to the transformation we need. We didn't refer much during this session, but in the previous session, Green Climate Fund, the GEF were referred for the majority of the members regarding the importance for those funds for the region where somehow we don't have many opportunities. I also welcome the opportunity to hear from you regarding the targets, the specific policies and measures that you are adopting to manage climate-induced disasters, adapt to climate variability, and change and mitigate future climate change as part of your national climate change and developing strategies. From our side, in the Food and Agriculture Organization, we are supporting your efforts at multiple levels, and you refer to some of them, with policy guidance, technical analysis, advocacy, and access to climate finance at scale, as I referred. The new strategy on climate change, which we submitted to your appreciation, is a major undertaking to ensure that we continue to meet the needs of our members to address climate issues in a ways that are relevant to your specificity, your specific needs, and the local conditions. Again, to say that we don't have one size fits all and we don't have one solution. This is why we have been making the process for developing the strategy as inclusive, as consultative as possible. And I am really encouraged to hear the support from members regarding the process and the principles underpinning the draft strategy. As already referred by some of the members, we organized several consultations, the last one with the regional groups in FAO. Most of the comments have been taken into consideration in a new version that will be discussed soon among our regions, and we look forward to a strategy which will be as inclusive as possible to responding to the needs and the priorities of the different regions, and maybe I can say different sub-regions, as we heard today. I wish to thank all of you, the senior officers, the ministers, the ambassadors, the permanent representatives, all the distinguished participants for your valuable contribution to this event. This has been a very fruitful, constructive discussion. We'll take into consideration all the guidance we received today and will be all considered in the draft strategy. I wish you all a successful regional conference and look to continue working closely with you all. Thank you, and over to you, Minister.
Thank you. Gracias, señora.
Thank you, Ms. Semedo. Thank you very much. We will now adjourn the session. Given that we've established the priorities, we will now take a break for lunch and resume at 1:30 p.m. for the chair's summary. The chair's summary at 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios. Y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. la región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La Estrategia Conjunta para Reforzar Programas Sostenibles de Alimentación Escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima conferencia regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios. luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de $420 millones en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por $1.700 millones en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La Estrategia Conjunta para Reforzar Programas Sostenibles de Alimentación Escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de
César. No, no, sí tiene. En la mesa de allá.
Señores, vamos a esperar unos minutos hasta.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to wait for another couple of minutes until the rest of the delegations are back in the conference room. Just a couple of minutes, please. Thank you. Pero ahí no voy a... Sí, no llega.
Operaciones, vamos a comenzar, por favor, atrás.
Operations, please. We're going to begin. In the back. Yes, can we begin? Okay, so we're going to begin this afternoon's session. We ask you all to take your seats so that we can begin our sessions. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We will begin this afternoon's session with the summary of the chair, for which I ask the Secretary to proceed to read my general summary on the main comments, conclusions, and recommendations expressed in the plenary, and to gather the contributions and suggestions of the plenary. Secretary, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Can we have the text up on the screen, please?
Proyectar el texto.
Can we have the text, the summary text, up on the screen, please?
Listo. Vamos párrafo por...
Right then, let's go paragraph by paragraph. This is the summary of the regional results priorities, the 4 betters, and the Sustainable Development Goals, Part 2, that focuses on regional priorities. I'll begin by reading one by one. If I can have the full paragraph before me, thank you. The regional conference was interested to embrace the strategic discourse that has to do with the strategic framework of the FAO for 2022-31 for the 2030 agenda for agro-food system that are more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable in favor of better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life without leaving anyone behind. And it expressed that it awaits with interest the adaptation of that discourse to the conditions, needs, and specific priorities of the members and of the region in its entirety.
La conferencia regional.
The regional conference was interested to embrace the strategic framework of the FAO for 2022 to 2031 in support of the 2030 agenda through the transformation of agri-food systems so that they are more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable in favor of better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life without leaving anyone behind. And it expressed that is awaiting with interest the adaptation of that discourse to the conditions, needs, and priorities, specific priorities of the members and of the region in its entirety. We would open the floor with the same mechanics that we did the review yesterday in the plenary session. We are presenting up on the screen to the regional conference the comments that were of interest. It's necessary for each of you to take the floor. If you have a comment, please do so. Otherwise, we will go on. All right, Brazil has asked for the floor. Brazil, you have the floor.
No le escuchamos, Brasil.
We cannot hear you, Brazil.
Aló.
Ahí.
Sí.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Yes. Good evening, good afternoon to you all. Thank you, Chair. I would like to propose that we replace with interest embraced, that we just have embraced, and then it expressed that it is awaiting with interest, that we change that to recommended the adaptation. So, recommended the adaptation. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes? Hello? So we have a proposal from Brazil to the effect of withdrawing at the beginning with interest, simply put, embraced the discourse, and then in the same paragraph, further along, awaiting with interest, it would be, and so it would not be expressed, but rather recommended, the adaptation. Are there any further comments or recommendations with respect to this paragraph? A. Is there a proposal for the paragraph? There is a proposal for the paragraph, rather, to delete certain text. Does anyone have an objection to those deletions? It would seem to me, in that case, Guyana, you have the floor.
No. Necesito un micrófono ahí, por favor.
Microphone there, please.
Mr. Chair, I haven't requested.
No he pedido la palabra, presidente.
Si hay alguna modificación, entonces, es decir, si hay alguna oposición a que se apruebe.
Is anyone against approving the text as it has been changed, and we have it before us on the screen? In that case, the text is approved. I'm going to read it for one final time, and then we'll go on to the next paragraph. Embraced the strategic discourse that orients the strategic framework of the FAO for 2022 to 2031 in support of the 2030 Agenda through the transformation of agri-food systems so that they are more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable in favor of a better production, a better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life without leaving anyone behind, and recommended the adaptation of said discourse to the conditions, needs, and specific priorities of the members and of the region in its entirety.
Queda, por lo tanto, el ítem A aprobado. Ok. Esperemos a...
Approved then. Well, we will wait for a moment.
¿Hay alguna observación de Argentina?
There is a comment from Argentina.
¿Por acá?
No, sí vale. Sí vale.
Anda.
Yes, go ahead. Pardon me, Chair. Transformation of agri-food systems in a coherent manner, in coherence with national contexts. After transformation, that is,
Ok, vamos a...
Right. Let's include the proposal, please. Can you please state it so that we can see what's... Can you please include it so that we can see what has been proposed?
Ok, ahí hay una propuesta.
We have a proposal for a change where it says, embrace the strategic discourse that orients the strategic framework of the FAO for 22 to 31 in support of the 2030 agenda through the transformation of the agri-food systems in a coherent manner as corresponds and in line with the context and national situation so that they are efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable in favor of a better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life without leaving anyone behind, and recommended the adaptation of said discourse to the conditions, needs, and specific priorities of the members and of the region in its entirety. Does anyone have a comment regarding that proposal? Panama? No? Does anyone have a comment to make with respect to this proposal?
Vamos... Ok. ¿Alguna observación al respecto?
Any comments in this regard? Yes? Embraced the vision of the strategic framework.
Queda el párrafo.
So the paragraph, I'm going to read it once again with these changes, and I will ask if there are any comments to please take the floor to make those comments. Otherwise, I'm going to read and you can make comments. Embraced the vision that orients the strategic framework of the FAO for 2022 to 2031 in support of the agenda of the 2030 agenda through the transformation of the agri-food systems in a coherent fashion as corresponds and in line with the national contexts and capacities so that they are more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable in favor of a better production, a better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life without leaving anyone behind, and recommended the adaptation of said discourse to the conditions, needs, and specific priorities of the members and of the region in its entirety. Ecuador has asked for the floor, and Brazil via Zoom.
Perdón, México.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. And since it's the first time that I've taken the floor, I'd like to congratulate you for your wonderful conduction of the conference. Now, with respect to the change in the phrase of strategic discourse to vision, according to my notes, these words are the language that we have been using in a multilateral system, primarily in the context of the FAO. So I would like to ask the Secretariat to kindly help me with that information so that we can continue on to the next paragraph. Thank you. Yes, indeed, there is a change to the text that we have in general terms with respect to the strategic framework of the organization when we talk about coherent and national context and capacities. That's the information that I have. Yes, Mexico. You have the floor. Mexico, please. Yes, hello. I was seeing, Mr. Chair, that in the paragraph we repeat strategic discourse and then strategic framework. So I think there it's a conceptual matter that might be changed, and I think it is well resolved with the vision. So Mexico is saying that vision is appropriate. On the list, we have Costa Rica, followed by Brazil. Who would like to take the floor? Costa Rica has the floor. Thank you very much, and thank you for the space. We have two comments to make. The first is that being more efficient, inclusive, resilient, accessible, and sustainable. And the second comment would be that this part of the systems are efficient, resilient, and sustainable, but that contradicts reality. As a result, we would object to that wording. Thank you very much. If you have an objection, then we have to have a concrete reference to the text, or is it a general objection to the text? Or tell us, please, where you would apply it. Mexico, you have the floor. It seems to me, Costa Rica. I would like to include the word accessible, and that the systems are efficient and resilient, but we are contradicting the reality of several countries. So I don't know how to take the national capacities out. Veronica, the proposal is that they be that we include accessible and resilient. Brazil. The floor to Ecuador, please. Thank you. Yes, indeed. I thank you. I thank the Mexican delegation for its thoughts. However, to be coherent with the language used and to even facilitate translation into other languages, we should maintain the original wording where we refer to strategic discourse, because at the end of the day, I don't think it has a substantive change to the substance of the paragraph. So if the other delegations would be flexible enough, I would propose that we maintain the original idea of the chair. Thank you. Mexico, you have the floor. I think that when we speak of the strategic discourse, one asks, perhaps the Secretariat could give us guidance on this. How far does the concept of strategic discourse go? Because it is a very compromising concept to a certain extent. If the FAO has already defined it, then yes, let's go ahead. But conceptually, this drew my attention. Brazil, you have the floor. Thank you, Secretary. Once again, I read the documents in English, and it seems to me that the vision is the most appropriate terminology if we translate it. And if we keep the vision in the first line, then we will have to adapt at the end as well in the third to last line. Instead of the adaptation of said discourse, it would have to be of said vision. Thank you.
Okay, from what I understand. Oh, yes, thank you very much. Yes, I agree with the proposal by the delegate of Brazil, and we also agree on adapting the second to last paragraph. Thank you. Okay, well, from what I understand, I'm going to mention what is questioned by Ecuador. It says, embraced the vision that orients the FAO strategic framework for 2022-2031 in support of the 2030 agenda through the transformation of agri-food systems. This part here is what Ecuador questioned according to what corresponds and in conformity with the national context and capacities. Let's put that in brackets so that they can be more efficient, inclusive, resilient, accessible, bracketed, in favor of a better production, a better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life without leaving anyone behind, and recommended the adaptation of said vision to the conditions, needs, and specific priorities of the members and of the region in its entirety. So what is in brackets is what is generating this discussion, okay? Some say yes, others say no. I'm sorry, the gentleman is not using the microphone. I cannot hear him. Okay, the concept of accessible, which we believe is an interesting concept, but if we're talking about the FAO strategic framework, the FAO strategic framework refers to efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. That is what the FAO strategic framework says. So if we're going to apply what the FAO strategic framework says, which I think is what makes most sense, we would have to remove then affordable, and we would leave in a coherent or in a sound manner to be in line with the proposals. So in my position as secretary of the conference, I want to remind the delegates that the original phrase is an exact copy of the 2022-2031 strategic framework of the FAO that was approved in June 2021. So in that sense, I would ask to please return to the original phrase and to be coherent with the elimination of accessible. We would go to the last part and we would leave it the way that it appears verbatim in the strategic framework. Chair, I'd like to take the floor to clarify that the inclusion suggested by this delegation in a coherent way as corresponds with the national context and capacities is a caveat that was already approved in the FAO's council, and I insist on this expression. We have used this, Chair, here. We can see what the phrase that has been used is, and that has been agreed in other instances of the FAO. And if you could clarify that, it would be important. Thank you. Brazil. I'm sorry, Chair. I forgot to lower my hand. I don't have any comments. Thank you. Okay, so now we'll give the floor to the Chair of the Council.
It's special for me. First of all, it's an honor and a pleasure for me to be here with you in this regional conference. And of course, it is special for me to address you, but I would like to make one comment, of course, when we are discussing the strategic framework. The strategic framework, of course, has been adopted by the FAO conference, the 194 members of the conference. So it would be very important to maintain the language which was agreed by the conference. Otherwise, we get into, I would say, also legal problems if you are going to change the text or propose to change the text. Secondly, when it comes to the national circumstances, I think there is, but I was already looking for it, there is a text which was adopted by the Council and several councils where we make reference that it would be implemented in coherent with national priorities and legal systems. But we can find that language, and I think that could be included, I would propose, at the end of the paragraph.
Okay, ya queda todo aclarado.
Okay, everything is clear. So we are going to maintain this here for any concept what is exactly defined in the strategic framework approved by the FAO. Costa Rica has requested the floor, as well as Brazil. Costa Rica, go ahead. Thank you very much. Can we eliminate the word more and more efficient? Because currently the systems are not efficient. Costa Rica, I'm going to take the liberty of mentioning that we are trying to leave the original text of the FAO Strategic Framework 2022-2031, where more efficient is what is correct and adequate and what was agreed on by the countries. We're not adding any additional drafting or wording. Therefore, we would not be able to make that modification. Thank you. Okay, Brazil. I did not request the floor, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Okay. So with this, we have approved the first paragraph. Oh, Chair, I'm sorry. I insist on what the Council Chair mentioned, to please include at the end the caveat. Please, we have to remember that the caveat has to be included that the independent Council Chair mentioned at the end of the paragraph. Thank you. Okay, Ecuador. Thank you very much. In line with the agreed language, I had requested to maintain the word strategic discourse. And also, in support of the suggestion by the delegation of Brazil, it should also be changed in the second to last paragraph. Okay, on this matter that was mentioned by Brazil, we'd like to hear Brazil's opinion.
Creo que deberíamos consultar el secretariado porque, como dice, normalmente leo los documentos en inglés y en inglés es vision. Entonces sería si traducimos visión, pero estoy abierto, no es una cuestión de vida o muerte. Gracias.
Okay, I'm going to read the text as it appears in the FAO strategic framework that was approved, as the chair already said, the independent council chair said, in the FAO's conference in June, and it says, the FAO strategic framework seeks to support the 2030 agenda through the transformation towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems to achieve a better production, a better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, without leaving anyone behind. Then, later, the same strategic framework refers to this phrase as the strategic narrative of the FAO. That is the concept that is used. Strategic narrative. That is the official version published in Spanish. Okay, in that sense, what we're going to do is that if you agree, instead of strategic discourse, we're going to replace that for a strategic narrative, if you find it correct. And then in a coherent way, as corresponds with the national context, capacities, and return to the original text that was approved, if you agree. I made a mistake, I apologize. It is not narrative, it is strategic discourse that orients the framework. It's paragraph 49 of the 2022 2022-2031 strategic framework of the FAO that was approved in the conference, which says the following. The strategic discourse that orients the strategic framework is the transformation towards agri-food systems that are more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable, to achieve a better production, a better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life without leaving anyone behind. I'm reading this verbatim, the official publication of the strategic framework of the FAO approved by the conference. Okay, to overcome this impasse, let's send this to the rapporteurs so that it could copy what was resolved in the initial text of the FAO's strategic framework. Okay, so can we move on to B? Paragraph B? Venezuela. Thank you very much, Chair. I am in agreement with what has been said, but if you allow me to return to paragraph A, I do not know if it is a matter of translation, but to establish a bridge with the original text that was approved. Maybe the most appropriate term that would encompass the concept in this paragraph would be the focus that orients the FAO strategic framework, because it's not a matter of a discourse, it's a focus of a vision. So maybe the most appropriate word would be focus, because if I understood correctly, here it's not a matter of textually replicating the text approved as was mentioned by the Independent Council Chair. But I think that in Spanish, maybe the term that would fit best is focus. Embraced the focus that orients the FAO strategic framework for 2022-2031. This is just a suggestion. Thank you. Well, let's let the rapporteur look at it according to the concept and see what it means. Okay, so let's move on to item B. Oh, excuse me, Chair. Yes, Brazil. I would just like to remind everyone that we have a relations committee, and that will probably have to return to the plenary, so I don't know if it's the best solution. We'll be saving time now, but I don't know if we'll save it later. Thank you. Okay, in the previous one, the idea is to no longer discuss this because it is going to use the original text. So in principle, there would be no space for any further discussion if there's a high-level agreement on that text. So I don't see that we should discuss this further if we're going to use the original text in Spanish. Okay, so we will move on to item B. B. Highlighted that the action at a national scale was the core of the transformative nature of the 2030 agenda, and embraced with satisfaction the 20 priority programmatic spheres that articulate the comparative advantage, thematic and technical, of the FAO and its competencies to achieve the results materialized with the process towards the achievement of the SDGs in line with the national priorities. Any comments on this? Highlighted that the national scale action was the central axis of the transformative nature of the 2030 agenda, and embraced with satisfaction the 20 priority programmatic spheres that articulate the comparative, thematic, and technical advantage of the FAO and its competencies to achieve specific results as a process towards the achievement of the SDGs in line with the national priorities. Any comments on this? Well, since we're having difficulties with the microphones, I apologize. You're just going to have to raise your hand or raise your badge, of your country. Okay, thank you. Several reports of the United Nations indicate that as an effect of the pandemic, there's been a deceleration in the implementation of SDGs. So in line with those reports and several resolutions adopted in the framework of the United Nations, I would propose that in the first to last paragraph, we can indicate the acceleration of the implementation of SDGs. Please. Mexico. Okay. I have my camera off because I don't have enough broadband, but I just wanted to ask. The thing is that what we're doing refers to the approval of the strategic plan, which was already approved by the board, and it would seem that we are reviewing it. I don't know if what we have to do, I don't know, the regional board or the strategic plan that our own ministers have already approved during last year's board. So it seems to me that this whole discussion is quite irrelevant. So I don't know if paragraphs A, B, C, and D could be summarized. The board receives the presentation and validates what was approved by the board. But we're going back to something that has already been approved. So no matter what adjectives, names, or words we use for this, the strategic plan, the 2022-2031 strategic plan was already approved. So I just suggest that we add a paragraph in which we say, okay, we welcome the presentation of the strategic plan and its instructions. I don't know, something along those lines. Thank you. I agree with this. Any objections? The proposal that was presented by Mexico is to eliminate A, B, and C, which are really not significantly contributing to the discussion, but they're simply making use of a text and concepts that have already been approved. So the motion is to eliminate, is to delete paragraphs A, B, and C. Peru? Thank you, Chair. Well, we've just heard the comments from our colleague of Mexico, and we also support his position. This strategic framework was already approved. It has been discussed. It has the same texts that we've seen during last year's meetings, and I believe it is unnecessary to repeat the same thing. Any objections in deleting the text that was already approved? Can you please highlight the text that we will delete? So then the proposal would be to delete paragraphs A, B, and C. If you agree, we will delete those texts and we'll continue to item D. Any objections in eliminating these first three paragraphs? There's a motion to eliminate these three letters, A, B, and C. So I am asking if there are any objections, and if anyone objects to their deletion. Okay, no objections. We will move on to item D. Underscored the fundamental role of agri-food systems to support economic recovery, promote access to healthy diets, generate jobs in rural and urban zones, manage natural resources in a sustainable way, and accelerate the advances towards the achievement of SDGs with special attention on the most vulnerable groups. I'm going to read it again. Underscored the fundamental role of agri-food systems to support the economic recovery, promote access to healthy diets, generate jobs in rural and urban zones, manage natural resources in a sustainable manner, and accelerate the advances towards the achievement of SDGs with special attention on the most vulnerable groups. Please raise your hand if you have any observations on this. So, you agree with this paragraph? Since there are no objections, we'll move on to the next item. Observed with concern or with worry the persistence of the COVID-19 pandemic and its socioeconomic consequences in the region, the unequal and shy recovery, economic recovery, the considerable increase of poverty, hunger, and food security, and the increase in inequality among the countries and within them. Any observations on this specific paragraph? I will read it again. Observed with concern the persistence of the COVID-19 pandemic and its socioeconomic consequences in the region, the unequal and shy economic recovery, the considerable increase of poverty, hunger, and food insecurity, and the increase in inequality among countries and within them. Ecuador? Thank you very much. Instead of shy, I would say slow, because shy has another connotation. Thank you. Any additional comments on this? Okay, so the proposal is to modify the word shy for slow. With no further objections or observations, we'll move on to the next item. Thank you, Chair.
Expressed its serious concern in view of hunger, the increase in hunger and food insecurity in the region since 2015, aggravated by the pandemic, as well as the increase in overweight and obesity in adults and children, observing the agreements and mechanisms established in the United Nations Summit on Food Systems 2021. Once again, expressed its serious concern in view of the increase in hunger and food insecurity in the region since 2015, aggravated by the pandemic, as well as the increase in overweight and obesity among adults and children, observing the agreements and mechanisms established at the United Nations Summit on Food Systems in 2021.
¿Algún comentario al respecto?
Any comments in this regard?
Argentina, por favor.
Argentina. Thank you, Chair. It seems to me that here we're saying something that, no, observing the agreements and mechanisms established in the United Nations Summit, what agreements? It was a negotiation. There are no agreements. There are no agreements nor mechanisms. What's more, if you want to refer to the summit, it's simply a fact, but no type of including agreements or what have you. So, in other words, then after adults and children, full stop, and the rest would be deleted, yes?
Hasta ahí. Ok, esa es la propuesta entonces.
That is the proposal then. Does anyone have an objection to deleting this portion of the text? In that case, it's adopted. Oh, rather, Brazil, go ahead. Thank you, Chair. This was to support the proposal made by Argentina. Thank you very much. Right then, since it's been approved, let's move on to the next item. Paragraph. Thank you, Chair. Recognize the threats of the climate crisis, the scarcity of water and drought, degradation of soils, the loss of biodiversity, deforestation, plant diseases and animal pests, and the natural catastrophes represented for agri-food systems. I'm going to read it again. I think there might be a problem in the wording. Recognize the threats that the climate crisis, the scarcity of water, drought, degradation of soil, the loss of biodiversity, deforestation, plant diseases and animal pests, as well as natural catastrophes represented for agri-food systems. No, I think the wording is fine.
Solo un punto.
Just one point of order in the wording. We need to change the pests of plants and diseases of animals. Argentina, recognize the threats and the challenges of climate change. We have a proposal in wording, threats and challenges, which is what the IPCC says. Recognized the threats and challenges of the climate change, or of a climate crisis, of climate change. On this point, are there any comments from any other delegation? You would agree with the text? Peru, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Under D, and I'm sorry for going back to D and then going on to E, or I'll start with E if I can, but where it says, we talk about animal health, we also speak of pests and diseases in plants and animals. It could be because plants also have pests, but also diseases. Otherwise, we're going to have to go to the phytosanitary measures to see which would apply, but both of them have pests and diseases, so perhaps we could apply it to both. In paragraph E, does anyone have an objection to what's been proposed by Peru? We approve the text and then we move on to the next item. Peru would like to look at a specific previous point, is that correct? Yes. In this paragraph, the concern, if we understand it well, has to do with the increase in hunger and food insecurity that's aggravated by the pandemic, but the next says the increase in overweight and obesity, and this is rather the result of a form of malnourishment or malnutrition. But perhaps I think we need to have the tie between the two so that we can see that it's a result of the malnutrition that exists. Thank you.
Ok, continuamos.
Right, let's continue then. If there are any specific adjustments without changing the concept, we can do that in in drafting. Let's move on. Pardon me? No, we were just reviewing that the correct concept would not be plants, but would be plant life. Drafting?
Ok, pasamos al siguiente entonces que
Let's move on to the next then. That would just be an adjustment there. Indicated that the current situation with growing financial contributions of the FAO that has specific destinations is not desirable as a general practice. Perhaps there a clarification here?
¿Alguna observación de los delegados?
Any comments from delegates with respect to this paragraph? It seems to me that it's perhaps not complete.
Nos dicen, a ver, señaló.
It indicated that the current situation with increasing financial contributions from the FAO that have specific destinations should be replaced by labeled contributions per se, or earmarked contributions.
Perdón, creo que ahí hay un problema de redacción, ¿no?
I think perhaps it's a problem, a drafting issue. Can we look at the Argentine proposal, replace the phrase of financial contributions to labeled or earmarked contributions? Earmarked. Yes, in English it would be earmarked. So it would read as such. It pointed out that the current situation with growing financial contributions that are earmarked by the FAO is not desirable as a general practice. Do you have the concept, perhaps? Right. If I understand correctly,
I think it's critical here for the English speakers more, no? The subject here, it would read more or less, don't take it because I'm not an official translator, stated that the current situation with growing earmarked contribution, financial contributions to FAO, is not desirable as a general practice. Insisto, no es una traducción oficial. El tema es sobre contribuciones etiquetadas.
The issue has to do with earmarked contributions. Are there any objections? If that's not the case, then we'll move on to the next paragraph. Underscored the need that the FAO use the language agreed to multilaterally, particularly the language agreed to in the 2030 Agenda for the preparation of its documents, strategic frameworks, and plans of action. Are there any specific comments with respect to this paragraph? Once again, underscored the need for the FAO to use the language agreed to multilaterally, particularly the language agreed to in the 2030 Agenda for the preparation of its documents, strategic frameworks, and plans of action.
Okay, México, adelante.
Mexico, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Secretary. My concern had to do with the earmarked contributions. I think that what we need to point out is that the regional meeting expresses its concern for the increase in FAO earmarked contributions or earmarked contributions to the FAO and asks that an exhaustive analysis be undertaken with respect to their use and destination. I think that it would be very daring at this point to say what we were wanting to say because we haven't done any study on this respect. We need to just say expresses its concern for the increasing earmarked contributions made to the FAO and request studies or analyses and ensure that they comply with the mission of the FAO. Yesterday, we saw that when 75 million are received in the FAO's budget, we have 420 million that are not earmarked, and I'm sure, without having the data before me, but I'm sure that they come from countries in the region. Very little comes from other countries. So we would have to take away the opportunity from countries in the region to have that. What we need to do is to standardize them, have a cap or a limit on them. We cannot, in my opinion, come in and say that they're not desirable. We rather have to standardize them because we don't want the FAO to become a consulting body or something else. In Mexico, we believe that we don't have enough information to say that they're undesirable. Rather, we need to see that they're we need to standardize them, study in depth what's being done. Perhaps we can say that donations, unearmarked donations are received, but the FAO decides where they go. But that's part of an entire process that has to be tabled. The problem is that there's no clear regulation in that respect. That's Mexico's opinion. Thank you. I'm going to read the text once again so we can see how it would be. Expresses its concern for the increase of earmarked financial contributions to the FAO and requests that an exhaustive analysis be undertaken of its role and execution. Does anyone have a comment? Yes, I would like to support the paragraph proposed by Mexico and so only contribute extra budgetary earmarked contributions, either way of saying it. Are there any objections to the recommendation? Brazil has the floor. You have the floor, Brazil. Thank you, Chair. I am also almost completely in agreement. However, the report needs to reflect what we discussed. And Brazil was one of the countries of the members that mentioned this specific matter, in addition to Argentina, a few others. But I don't recall that anyone mentioned the possibility of regulating. I am not sure that it is efficient to include the possible regulation because there are consequences, and I'm not convinced that that would be the best solution at present. Thank you.
¿Alguien más tiene alguna observación?
Are there any other comments? Ecuador has the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. We are consulting the phrase and the concept of earmarked contributions, but we haven't found anything in that respect. Perhaps we can help us. You can help us with a translation into English of the sentence. But we haven't found the concept of earmarked contributions. Are you talking about voluntary Perhaps someone can clarify this for us. Thank you. Yes, as a clarification, the FAO budget has two large segments: the regular program, which are the contributions made by countries to the FAO budget, and the voluntary program, or extra budgetary program, budget rather, is what we are discussing right now. In that voluntary or extra budgetary program, the discussions is that there is an increase level of earmarked contributions. And what is being proposed here, if I understand Mexico correctly, is that we study the destination, the use of said earmarked contributions.
Argentina.
Argentina has the floor. There are earmarked contributions that are also budgeted, correct? Chair? There are earmarked contributions that are budgeted, yes? As a result, the paragraph needs to include all types of earmarked contributions, not only those that are extra budgetary. And I'll explain the rationale behind this. What we're concerned about is for members to define the priorities of the FAO, and then the earmarked contributions will end up deforming the concrete actions of the FAO because the resources are aimed at other types of priorities that are not those defined by members. And that's why it's important to underscore that it's all types of earmarked contributions that may affect the priorities defined by members. Thank you, Chair. Is there a motion in support, or are there any objections? Peru has asked for the floor. Thank you, Chair. In this point, we agree with what Mexico has stated, Brazil and Argentina as well. We would make the comment that if, in effect, we need to do an analysis of the role, or do we need to do an analysis of the impact that leads to this allocation of resources, because perhaps in terms of impact, we could take a look at equal distribution in the region, and then we could speak of the evaluation of the impact to the extent that it is diverted or not, all of the priorities, the mandate of the FAO, whether we are not actually addressing some of the matters that were prioritized by the countries in due time within the task, the work of the FAO. I think that's the analysis. It's not just the role, but also the impact that is fueled. Thank you. I'm going to read the text as we have it so far. Expresses its concern for the increase in earmarked financial contributions to the FAO, and requests that an analysis be undertaken on its role and impact, or their role and impact. We're not referring to extra or budgetary or not, but rather just per se, as I have read. Venezuela's asked for the floor. You have the floor, Venezuela. Thank you, Chair. Simply to be able to contribute and to understand that what we want is for this text to reflect our genuine concerns. I understand that the concern generated by extra budgetary contributions that are all allocated or predetermined, their use is predetermined, for a specific fact or event. Our financial allocations, budgetary allocations that have a specific purpose that do not have to do with the regular budget. Please correct me if I'm mistaken. I understand that that's the spirit of what we want to reflect. Thank you. I'd like to make a comment, sir, by your leave. There's a program committee, the budget committee, there's a council, and there's a conference that approves the regular budget, and that's where we define the use of the budget, the extra budgetary, which is what we're trying to add in here, as Venezuela says, extra budgetary financial contributions. And that was the spirit of the comments during the plenary. Venezuela has proposed that we use extra budgetary. Pardon me. I thank the Secretariat for its clarification. What we wanted to do was to underscore the matter of all earmarked contributions, because this is a matter that generates concern for us, particularly because in developing countries, we discuss, we define priorities, we make decisions in that regard, and then the topic of voluntary contributions, which we would have to add in the word voluntary, perhaps we should include it, financial contributions. I would not include budgetary because there are earmarked contributions of all types, not just of an extra budgetary nature. So financial contributions, voluntary financial contributions, earmarked voluntary financial contributions, not specifying whether they're in the budget or extra budgetary. That is what we are expressing, which is our general concern with respect to earmarked contributions. We're not trying to enter into a discussion on each of the earmarked contributions, but generally we would like to express our concern in that respect, and that is our position.
Thank you very much, Chair. I fully agree with what's said by Argentina, because I think that we have two forms of budget. We have the regular budget of FAO, and that is being formed by the contributions of the members to FAO. They cannot be earmarked by any member. And then, of course, you have the voluntary contributions by members, which are outside of the regular budget. And of course, what you see, and that's correctly stated here, is that they are more and more earmarked, and what you also see that has impact on the programs of FAO. But so, as long as you say voluntary, I think then you have the correct wording also for the Finance and Program Committee.
Okay. ¿Hay alguna objeción al tema?
Are there any objections? Thank you very much, Chair. I have a question. The concern for the increase in voluntary earmarked financial contributions. Now, if this implies a decrease in regular contributions, that would be a concern. So I'd like to know whether that's indeed an effect, because we would have to take a look at that. If that's not the case, then we can continue with the wording that we have. So let me read the text. Expresses its concern for the increase of financial voluntary earmarked contributions to the FAO and requests that an exhaustive analysis be undertaken on their role and impact.
Okay. ¿Pide la palabra? Pasemos al siguiente entonces.
Let's move on to the next then.
Proceda a la lectura del siguiente ítem.
So the reading of the next item. Thank you, Chair. Took note of the International Year of Fisheries and Artisanal Aquaculture 2022. And I'm going to read the next one. Took note of the declaration of the International Year of Camelids in 2024.
¿Alguna objeción?
Are there any objections?
Ecuador, adelante.
Ecuador. Well, with that, before completing this segment, I'd like to propose a paragraph. Once we've done with the last two paragraphs, I'd like to propose a paragraph in this segment of the document, if you please. Yes, thank you. The location could be before the first paragraph that relates to under nutrition. Took note with appreciation of the FAO's support to the members of the region to face malnutrition, comma, vis-à-vis, rather, malnutrition, comma, in particular, undernutrition, comma, underscoring its support for dialogue amongst states and
del sector privado,
private sector representatives, comma, or representatives from the private sector, comma, civil society, and other relevant stakeholders, comma, with respect to recommendations to promote diets, healthy consumption diets and habits in our societies, comma, and recommends to the FAO the increase as corresponds in its support to strengthen the programs that fight malnutrition. Thank you very much, Chair. This is a reaction to several reports on the situation in terms of malnutrition in the region, principally the document on the world state of agriculture and food and the ECLAC report on perspectives in agriculture and rural development in the Americas for 2021-2022, in which the report states that for the year 2020 in the region and the incidence of serious malnutrition affected a great percentage of the population, whether in 2019 the levels of undernutrition reached 6.7%, and an even higher percentage in the nations of our neighbors in the Caribbean. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, just one point of order in terms of the context without looking at the content, and the part that recommends to the FAO to increase in terms, we could withdraw recommends to the FAO and just leave takes note and have the recommendation added into a separate section of text. Here there's a proposal for inclusion of a text. I'm going to read it again, and I would like to have your reactions in that respect. Took note with pleasure of the support from the FAO to members to meet malnutrition, particularly undernutrition, underscoring dialogue amongst the member states, private sector, civil society, parties, with recommendations to promote healthy diets and consumption habits in our society. Thank you.
I don't have a problem with Ecuador's proposal, but I do specifically have an issue with the part that says habits, consumption, healthy consumption habits. There is a whole discussion on that, and there is no consensus. So I think that the ideal thing would be to promote healthy diets, because we know that there are interests regarding habits, consumption patterns that are discussed, and we do not reach a consensus. Thank you. Okay, there's a proposal here. Before returning to Ecuador that made the proposal, let's hear Argentina's proposal. Thank you, Chair. First clarification. The document, Sophie, has not been debated by the members. It's a document issued by the FAO, but it is not a document that the members have considered or debated. Second, we're considering a paragraph that will summarize the interesting proposal of Ecuador in a way to try to capture what it says, but in a simpler way. And in any case, we need to discuss the paragraph that you suggested to include as an additional paragraph or something of the sort, from what I understood. I am going to read the proposal that we make. We take note with appreciation of the FAO support to the members for the design and implementation support of the FAO to the members for the design and implementation of national policies to combat hunger and malnutrition in all its forms. I think that as a summary, it avoids going to all the issues of malnutrition, but to include it in all its forms, especially highlighting the fact that what the FAO does is support the members, the design, and the implementation of national policies. Thank you. Any objection? Okay, Ecuador. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the Ambassador of Brazil for the proposal, and with whose recommendation we are absolutely flexible. In the same way, the constructive approximation of the delegation of Argentina, we can accept it. However, we would like to include the last part of the paragraph proposed by my delegation regarding the dialogue with the representatives of civil society and other representatives that are not taken into consideration in the paragraph proposed by Argentina. Thank you very much. Any objections, Argentina? Okay, so if we agree, we will move on to the next item. Okay, drafting. So then we would keep Argentina's proposal with the recommendation of Ecuador. So everyone is in agreement with this. Okay, so let's continue with the recommendations. Guatemala raised its hand. Thank you very much. And before going into the recommendation, I would like to suggest paragraph, maybe we can improve the wording, but recognizing the support that the FAO gives the members to address family agriculture, especially thank you, with technical assistance for the design, implementation, and evaluation of policies and programs in the context of the UN Decade on Family Agriculture, 2019-2018, if you want to specify, and the decade, the United Nations Decade on the Restoration of Ecosystems. Okay, there's a proposal to include a paragraph. Are there any objections to this? Okay, so being that there are no objections, we will proceed. Please read the recommendations. Secretary, the regional conference recommended that the FAO A, should continue supporting the members to guarantee that the agri-food systems and value chains recover from the social and economic effects of the pandemic through the implementation of priority programmatic spheres of the strategic framework for 2022-2031 in the region, with special emphasis on the recovery of jobs and employment, especially among women and youth, and in guaranteeing the right to adequate food, particularly of vulnerable families, women, children, youth, and indigenous peoples and of African descent, and those whose food security and nutrition have been deteriorated since 2020. Any comments or objections? Ecuador. Thank you, Chair. And I thank the Secretariat for the proposal of this paragraph. We think that it is in line with the strategic framework proposal. We embrace it with pleasure. And just for our distinguished members in the FAO, I'd like to say that this paragraph could be improved, could be enriched through our common struggle to, well, we understand that this is a very good paragraph, but maybe to include a line in the middle of the paragraph in which we say that we are seeking to increase jobs with focus on gender, of course, and at the same time reduce the rates of child labor in the rural area. Basically, that would be the proposal. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretary. Okay, so can you please tell us where specifically we can add this so that the drafting group can include that? Well, we could put a placeholder, and I will gladly cooperate to work on this. Yes, yes, of course. Argentina, please. Replace vulnerable families for families in situation of vulnerability. Any objections? Okay, so let's proceed to the next item. I would also ask that here we should not only mention indigenous peoples without leaving aside farmers and natives, original peoples, and of African descent. B. Continue to support the countries that have started to implement political, fiscal, regulatory, and educational measures to foster the consumption of healthy foods and increase the awareness on the importance of promoting healthy diets for everyone, and extend said support to other countries in the measure or in the degree required. I'm going to read it again. Continue supporting the countries that have started to implement political, fiscal, regulatory, and educational measures to promote the consumption of healthy foods and increase awareness on the importance of promoting healthy diets for everyone, and extend said support to other countries in the degree required. Peru, please. Thank you, Chair. The way in which this paragraph is worded sounds a bit strange. It should be more general. Continue to support the members in the implementation of measures and recommendations of policies, regulations, etc. Because what happens with those that have not started with the implementation? It sounds odd. Thank you. Argentina. Well, to us, the phrase is redundant in regards to a proposal that we made earlier. I can't remember what paragraph it is, but we can read it. Took note with appreciation for the implementation of national policies to fight hunger and malnutrition in all its forms. We think that this whole paragraph is redundant. There's an explanation. In the first part, we are referring to specific situations that come from the information that is provided, and here we collect the specific recommendations. That is the difference. Brazil. Thank you, Chair. The same concern that Peru stated. I had lowered my hand already, but thank you anyway. Please, Secretary, read the text. Continue to support the members in the implementation of political, fiscal, regulatory, and educational measures to reduce all the forms of malnutrition and promote the consumption of healthy foods and increase awareness on the importance of promoting healthy diets for everyone, and extend said support to other countries in the degree required. I don't know if Peru is more comfortable now with this wording. Any objections? Argentina. Okay, so then we propose under the explanation by the Secretariat to continue to support the members in the design of national policies to fight hunger and malnutrition in all its forms, and the details of those national policies shall correspond or belong to each one of the countries. Do you agree with the recommendation? I will read it again. to continue to support the members in the implementation of national policies to reduce all the forms of malnutrition and promote the consumption of healthy foods. No, wait. The drafting by... No, okay. To continue to support the members in the implementation of national policies to reduce all forms of malnutrition and promote the consumption of healthy foods and increase awareness on the importance of promoting healthy diets for everyone and extend said support to other countries in the degree required. So with this, we would include the comments. Brazil. It was to propose to delete measures that was already done. And I have doubts. It's not that this is essential. Extend support to other countries. Is that required? It's practically evident if a country requests and wants, FAO normally reacts adequately. Thank you. Some delegations made reference to this paragraph. Do you agree with the final wording? To continue to support the members in the implementation of national policies to reduce all forms of malnutrition and promote the consumption of healthy foods and increase awareness on the importance of promoting healthy diets for everyone. It's fine for us. We would simply change contribute instead of promote or incentivize. Are there any objections, or do we approve it? Okay, no objections, so it is approved. Next item, please. To encourage the adoption of urgent measures to contribute so that agri-food systems and rural communities adapt to and contribute to the mitigation of climate change, addressing the degradation of natural resources, the restoration of ecosystems, and the increase in the frequency and intensity of catastrophes and disturbances. Observations? I will read again. To encourage the adoption of urgent measures to contribute so that agri-food systems and rural communities adapt and contribute to the mitigation of climate change, addressing the degradation of natural resources, the restoration of ecosystems, and the increase in the frequency and intensity of catastrophes and disturbances. Brazil. Thank you. I think that we should make the subject explicit here, because to encourage the adoption, who the countries or the FAO should encourage, I don't know. We are recommending, the conference is recommending to the FAO. Thank you. Okay, so what would be the exact wording, Brazil, please? To encourage the organization or support or promote the adoption of measures, something like that. Okay, so it would be to encourage the organization to adopt measures, urgent measures. Okay. Argentina. Thank you. For us, it is important for the phrase to have some type of closure focused on common but differentiated responsibilities, and at the same time to prioritize our role in matters of food security. So acknowledging the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. And the role of the region in food security. Perfect. Yes, thank you. Ecuador, please. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, we agree with what Argentina said, what the distinguished delegation of Argentina has just said. And in the third paragraph, unless I'm mistaken, I think that the correct wording would be that rural communities should adopt and contribute to the mitigation of climate change, or with the mitigation of climate change. I'm not sure what the best wording would be, but what corresponds to us is to contribute to the mitigation of the effects of climate change, not contribute to or contribute with climate change. I think that it would be best to say contribute to the mitigation. They're discussing the use of the preposition in Spanish. Okay, I would suggest for it to say that the agri-food systems, according or depending on their characteristics, and rural communities should adapt and contribute to the mitigation of the effects of climate change. Secretary, please read the final text. To encourage the organization to support the adoption of urgent measures to contribute so that agri-food systems, according to their characteristics, and rural communities can adapt and contribute to the mitigation of climate change, addressing the degradation of natural resources, the restoration of ecosystems, and the increase in the frequency and intensity of catastrophes and disturbances, recognizing the principle of the common responsibilities but differentiated, and the role of the region in food security. Any observations? Okay, it is approved. We will move on to the next item. D. Adapt the FAO strategic framework for 2022-2031 to the local context and provide support to the countries as corresponds and in accordance with the context and capacities of each country through the implementation of programmatic spheres, priority programmatic spheres through 3 regional initiatives that shall have balanced resources. 1. Regional Initiative 1, Sustainable Agri-Food Systems to provide healthy diets for everyone, consisting in providing support to the members to accelerate the advances addressed towards the achievement of the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda, particularly SDGs 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12, and 17. I'm going to stop here to analyze this part, and then we will continue with the other 2 regional initiatives, Chair. Any observations or comments? I will read again. Adapt the FAO strategic framework for 2022-2031 to the local context and provide support to the countries as corresponds and in accordance with the context and the capacities of each country through the implementation of priority programmatic spheres through 3 regional initiatives that shall have balanced resources. 1. Regional Initiative 1 of on sustainable agri-food systems to provide healthy diets for everyone, consisting on providing support to all the members to accelerate the advances focused on achieving the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda, and particularly SDGs 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12, and 17. Paraguay. Thank you very much, Chair. In the paragraph, we're talking about healthy diets, so we consider that it is important to include SDG 4 that talks about education. Perfect, okay. Okay, now we will move on to item 2. Regional Initiative 2, prosperous and inclusive rural societies, consisting in providing support to the members to accelerate the progress towards the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda, and particularly SDGs 1, 2, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 14, and 17. Any observations? We will proceed to item 3. Regional Initiative 3, sustainable and resilient agriculture, consisting in providing support to the members to accelerate progress aimed at achieving the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda, and in particular SDGs 1, 2, 3, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Okay, let's review number 1, Argentina. Yes, if these paragraphs are consolidated, we have a doubt. We were reviewing the previous paragraph above this text that had to do, no, further, scroll up, please. Okay, but let's finish the discussion of this one, and then we'll move on to the next one. I think that there is no further discussion on this paragraph. Okay, approved, and let's review the next item. Okay, Argentina, you want to go back to which one? Thank you, Chair. It has to do with the reading. From the reading, it would seem that rural communities are the ones that have to make the effort to adopt almost in solitude. And that is our concern. We are reviewing how the adaptation and mitigation are elements of national policies and of multilateral entities to accompany rural communities, but we should not infer from the reading that it is the rural communities almost in solitude that have to adopt these measures. Okay, so what would the wording be? Well, we didn't. Okay, we'll leave it there. You could verify the wording. Okay, so let's continue with the next items. You'll review it? Yes. Yes, okay, then let's continue. E, to provide comprehensive or integrated support to the members in the regulatory, technical, of policies, operational, and of mobilization of resources, adopting a programmatic approach for the implementation of regional initiatives, taking advantage of the existing mechanisms to avoid duplication of efforts. Any observations on this? Okay, Argentina. We think that by deleting rural communities, the paragraph would be balanced. Oh, the previous one? And I, right? Okay, let's read C again. To encourage the organization to adopt urgent measures to contribute so that agri-food systems, according to their characteristics, can adapt and contribute to the mitigation of climate change, addressing the degradation of natural resources, the restoration of ecosystems, and the increase in the frequency and intensity of catastrophes and disturbances, recognizing the principle of common responsibilities, but differentiated in the role of the region in food security. Any observations?
Se aprueba el presente.
Then the paragraph is approved, and we move on. Paragraph E. We are at paragraph E. Yes, we're at E. Provide integrated support to the members in the regulatory, technical, policy, operational, and resource mobilization spheres, adopting a programmatic approach for implementation of regional initiatives, taking advantage of existing mechanisms to avoid duplicating efforts.
¿No hay observaciones?
No comments?
Continuamos con.
Let's move on with F then. Adapt its work plans to the new conditions of rising prices for agricultural inputs and foods, such as fertilizers, which have been worsened by the current juncture or the current situation.
¿Algún comentario al respecto?
Any comment in this regard? We're going to read it again. Provide assistance to members, adapt its work plans to the new conditions of rising prices of foods and agricultural inputs, such as fertilizers, aggravated by the current situation. Argentina. We would like to make a proposal for a paragraph. Is that possible? Analyze the impact of the excessive rise of prices in food security for us. Paragraph F would be replaced by that proposal.
Hay una propuesta de sustituir.
We have a proposal to replace the previous paragraph, which referred to adapting work plans to new conditions, and this is a specific recommendation of analyzing the impact of excessive price volatility on food insecurity. Are there any comments or observations with respect to making this substitution? The proposal is to replace or substitute the proposal for paragraph F. Peru, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Supplementing the proposal of Argentina, which we think is better, price volatility of inputs and food. And it would not just be an analysis of the impact, but also to orient members in terms of adoption of measures to be able to overcome the impact thereof. Thank you. Ecuador. Thank you, Chair. In agreement with the proposals of Argentina and Peru, which we find quite valuable, we would like to add a line after inputs, a line that would say, and maintain the food supply chains active, as well as the necessary logistical systems. Because we find ourselves amidst a reality in which food supply chains are being interrupted because of different reasons tied into the situation we're experiencing. And I think in Ecuador's case, as well as the case of many countries, that situation is seriously affecting us. Thank you. Could we read that again, please? Analyze the impact of the excessive price volatility in food and inputs and the need to keep logistics and supply chains updated for food security and members for said analysis. Paraguay. Paraguay has the floor. Thank you, Chair. In the vein that we believe that it would be advisable to analyze and adapt its work plans, analyze and adapt its work plans to the new conditions, etc., to the original paragraph, because otherwise we would just be looking at the analysis. So we think that it needs to adapt its work plans to the situation currently being experienced.
¿Algún comentario?
Are there any comments? Ecuador? Yes, an editorial matter, when we say logistics and supply on food security, it doesn't make much sense. Rather, logistics and supply. Instead of that, we could have tied or linked to food security. I think grammatically it would be better stated in those terms. Are there any comments in this regard? Argentina? For us, we take the contributions of the countries that took the floor before us, but the topic of recommendations for us is fine as of the paragraph, and adapt its plans. We would delete that. For us, everything is fine up to analyses.
Lea, por favor.
Can we read the proposal, please? Yes, the paragraph, rather. Analyze the impact of the excessive volatility of prices of food and inputs and of the need to keep logistics and supply chains updated, tied in to food security. And Argentina is asking that we withdraw and adapt its work plans and orient members with respect to that analysis. Do members have any comments to make with respect? Are there any comments? Sorry, the proposal here, explicitly from Argentina, is to withdraw the last sentence, delete it, and the rest would replace what we have in F. An additional comment is that each of the countries that would like to receive recommendations from the FAO in terms of analysis can request it, but the countries that with the input of the analysis and we want to use our own policies would not have to. Peru. We support Argentina and would delete, adapt its work plans and provide orientation to members that so require it. Right then. For the drafting, and provide orientation or guidance, in English if you will, provide guidance to members that so require. Guatemala, please. Thank you. Perhaps just for a clarification, when we speak of the impact of price volatility in food and inputs, obviously is a broad-based term. Can it perhaps be limited in terms of inputs on food production, or do we want an analysis of all inputs and all of the senses that that term can encompass? Any comment? Ecuador, you have the floor. Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate of Guatemala for that comment. In Ecuador, for instance, we would speak of fertilizers. It's an input that is the increase in its prices is causing a serious problem. It would it would not be a problem for us if we're going to use the words fertilizer specifically, if that's in agreement for or amenable for the delegations here, or if we would like to have other specificity provided for input. I think the change that's been made, it would be agricultural inputs, fertilizer, gasoline, fuel, for wording at the end when it says guidance to members that so require. That was the proposal. May I read it, Chair? Mr. Secretary, kindly read the paragraph. Thank you. It would analyze the impact of the excessive volatility of prices of foods and agricultural inputs and of the need to keep the logistical and supply chains active that are tied to food security and provide guidance to members that so request it or require it, period. If it's agreeable, all members are amenable to this, it's approved. Then let's move on to the next item. G, provide assistance to members to strengthen their statistics systems and census systems so as to be able to have information on systems, agri-food systems for better decision-making. Are there any comments in this regard? We would also add the members that so requested. Any other comments? If there are no further comments, then it's approved and we move on to the next. H, support the strengthening and accessibility of collection, standardization, and data analysis and impact systems and early warning systems relative to agroclimate phenomena. Any comments? Venezuela, you have the floor. Can you hear me, Chair? Can you hear me? Yes, we can. For the previous paragraph 8, the paragraph G, for the wording of that paragraph, can it be this way? Provide technical assistance to the members to strengthen their national statistical systems, because statistics are the result of the national systems. So national statistical systems, and delete census because that's part of the national statistical systems, to be able to instead of have to be able to have to rather produce information on agri-food systems for better decision-making. That's our proposal, Chair. Thank you. Are there any comments in that regard? In the case of countries such as Argentina, we are federated countries, so statistical strengthening might not be national systems, but rather it could be provincial statistical systems. For wording, it is for inclusion. It could be inclusion or just leave statistical systems per se and having it understood what is needed by each member depending on their needs. So the proposal would be to delete national and just have statistical systems generally. Can you read, please? To provide technical assistance to members that so require it, to strengthen their statistical systems, to produce information on agri-food systems for better decision-making.
Siendo aprobado.
Since it's approved, we'll move on to the next item. Support the strengthening and accessibility of data collection, standardization, and data analysis and impacts, as well as early warning systems relative to agri-climate phenomena. Any comments? Let's move on to the next item. The interpreter apologizes. I've lost the paragraph. Provide Panama. Before going on to the paragraph that's just been read, we'd like to include an additional paragraph, which I will read so that it can be included. Recommend to the FAO that it provide assistance to members so as to strengthen and ensure the continuity of markets, value chains, and healthy food trade so as to contribute to food security, as well as the promotion of measures and policies. I'm sorry for the interruption, but for drafting, let's go to provide assistance to members, to provide continuity to members, market continuity, value chains, and healthy food trade or commerce. In order to contribute to food security, comma, as well as to promote measures and policies for inclusion and participation of family farming and MSMEs in international markets and trade. Thank you, Chair. Are there any objections to this paragraph? To complement, Haiti has the floor. Thank you, Chair. I would have liked, is there not a certain confusion when we say assistance? Should we not add in technical assistance or assistance per se? Perhaps technical assistance might be better. So technical assistance, yes? Further up.
El micrófono para Argentina, por favor.
Microphone for Argentina, please, or Haiti. You need to close your mic. There we go. Thank you, Chair. I apologize. We're going quickly, and many hours. We've been at it for many hours, and we're no longer young. Under small h, the concept of agri-climate is not a concept that we use every day. So it would be a good idea, I think, to avoid including concepts that have not been agreed to. I think that we should perhaps refer to climate phenomena directly. And then under small I would like to raise that instead of ensure, I prefer strengthen. By your leave, sir. Delete ensure if the other colleagues agree, according to the regulations of the World Trade Organization. According to markets, we could include strengthen the markets. In keeping with the WTO regulations. Value chains, commerce. Haiti on Zoom, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. We would like to add, perhaps, generally in the document, globally, we see that there are considerations missing with respect to islands. Certain concepts that are used refer specifically or more to land economies or terrestrial economies, and with respect to the Caribbean, we have many more coastal areas than territories that are inland. So there are many paragraphs where rural communities are mentioned, where we would like to recommend that we add in rural and coastal communities. There are also specificities tied in that have to do with green and blue economies. In paragraph H, we would like to recommend the addition, not just the matter of value chains and food commerce, but the matter of green and blue economies. Thank you, sir.
Léase nuevamente.
Secretary, can we read that paragraph again, please? I'm sorry, the part of the WTO has to be stayed in, and the green and blue economies that was mentioned by the delegate from Haiti. There's a proposal to include the that refers to green and blue economies in this paragraph. So let's see. Honduras is asked for the floor. Yes, you have the floor, sir. Thank you, Chair. Simply to propose that specifically where it says to contribute to food security and nutritional security. Ecuador, you have the floor. You need to turn your microphone on. Do I have the floor? Yes, thank you very much. I think my friend Gustavo had asked for the floor ahead of me. If that was the case, please, by all means, go ahead. Thank you, Patricio. Simply specific for Peru, I would like to withdraw or delete the word that says healthy. we think that it should be better just be food commerce. Thank you, Chair. We would like to introduce a word for the consideration of the room tied in to the hand-in-hand initiative. I'm sorry for interrupting, sir. I would like to propose that we complete this paragraph, conclude it, and then we can move on to that. Thank you. Argentina. Thank you, Chair. We're not comfortable with the inclusion of Haiti's suggestion in this paragraph on the blue or green economies. At any rate, when we specifically look at the second document, we can focus on this matter so as to not block this portion of the document and go directly to analyzing how we can reach an agreement by consensus with multilaterally agreed wording that has already been solved in other instances of the FAO. But I think with this inclusion now, and with all due respect to my colleague from Haiti, I think it's perhaps not the best, most advisable in terms of a procedural economy. So, although this topic will be part of the next document, we could focus that analysis there. If there's no means of our agreeing on this, I have nothing against undertaking the debate now, but I thought it might be better to do it on the next document. Thank you, Chair. Shall we read the next item then, please? Provide technical assistance to members to strengthen the continuity of markets, value chains, and trade in food, according to the WTO rules, to contribute to food and nutritional security, as well as the adoption of measures and policies for inclusion and participation of family farming and MSMEs in international markets and trade. And if we move further downward, please. There's a motion to include text from Ecuador. Sir, shall we look at it now? Let's look at it now. Thank you, Chair. The proposal is the following. With a speedy dictation, maintain and increase, as corresponds, the support to member states for application of the quote, hand-in-hand, unquote, initiative, so as to reinforce national planning processes, mobilization of investments, and inclusion of approaches, slower please, that accelerate agricultural transformation and sustainable rural development. And that is the proposal. As of mechanisms, planning mechanisms, I repeat, the national planning processes, mobilization of investment, and inclusion of approaches that accelerate agricultural transformation and sustainable rural development. Right, that accelerate, again, agricultural transformation and sustainable rural development. And there you have the proposal, sir. Thank you.
Any comments on this inclusion? Chair? Oh, no, excuse me, Secretary, read. Oh, Dominican Republic on Zoom. Dominican Republic? No? Argentina. Thank you, Chair. It was to thank Ecuador for its proposal and accompany it, but to ask that when we talk about agricultural transformation, we know that what we always propose is to include in a coherent way as corresponds and in conformity with the context, national context and capacities. The Secretariat already has this because it's been applied in others, but I repeat, in a coherent, way as corresponds, and in conformity with the national contexts and capacities. Thank you, Chair. Ecuador. Thank you, Chair. We fully agree with the proposal by my dear colleague and friend of Argentina, and just a slight correction in the text. The first line, maintain and increase, comma, as corresponds, comma, support to the member states for the application of the hand-in-hand initiative. For the application of the hand-in-hand initiative. Thank you. So it's a matter of form, not substance. Okay, the last part where it says, and sustainable rural development, I understand that it was after accelerate the agricultural transformation and the development rural, sustainable development, or the sustainable rural development. Maintain and increase as corresponds to support to the members for the application of the hand-in-hand initiative with the objective of reinforcing planning, mobilization of investments, and inclusion of and focus approaches that accelerate rural agricultural transformation and rural development in line with the existing contexts and capacities. Guyana.
Just continue with that sentence and add mobilize financial resources for those members that request it, with particular emphasis on the Caribbean SIDS, Small Island Development State.
Ok, gracias. Sí.
Solo para hacer mención que abajo tenemos.
Just to mention that at the bottom we have a specific paragraph. Can we go to that specific paragraph and see if there what you are asking to include is already contained? Carolina, can we scroll down to that paragraph? And if you agree, we could skip K and go directly to this one to refer to what Guyana said. I am going to take the liberty to read it. Pay special attention and support to small island developing states in line with the agreements of the Samoa trajectory, contributing to the eradication of all the forms of poverty. So the question is, would that respond or that answer to your concern?
Sentence to add into that paragraph that you are reading here, that particular paragraph.
Okay.
To capture it in a more definite way that you can show directly what the FAO should be involved to support these small countries.
Okay. Proceda, señor secretario.
Okay, proceed, Secretary. Included here at the end something where it says contributing to the eradication of all the forms of poverty and the mobilization of financial resources for these members. It is what has been asked to be included. I'm going to read it all to see if the idea has been understood. Pay special attention and support to small developing island states in line with the agreements of the Samoa trajectory, contributing to the eradication of all forms of poverty and the mobilization of financial resources for these members. Perfect, thank you. Ecuador. Thank you, Chair. And of course, in support to small island developing states, we do not have any problem with the last inclusion by Guyana. But however, as has been mentioned in this forum, maybe we could mention the objective of eradicating poverty in all its forms and dimensions as is contained in the 2030 Agenda. No, maybe in the third line, after the Samoa pathway, we could say contributing to the eradication of poverty in all its forms and dimensions. To the eradication of poverty in all its forms and dimensions. And, of course, we support the suggestion by the distinguished delegate of Guyana. Thank you, Chair. Any comments? So what we have agreed is that Ecuador makes a recommendation for this paragraph. This paragraph, Guyana has mentioned that it is going to propose a specific drafting that they're working on, and we would have to include this observation by Ecuador in regards to all its dimensions and forms when speaking of poverty. This is the paragraph that includes all of Guyana's concepts. Okay, so this paragraph includes all of Guyana's concepts together with the clarification or the addition by Ecuador. Pay special attention and support to small island developing states in line with the agreements of the Samoa Pathway, contributing to the eradication of poverty in all its forms and dimensions and the mobilization of financial resources for these members that so require it, with special attention to small island states of the Caribbean. Okay, then we would look into the wording.
Señor Vicepresidente de Guyana, por
Vice President of Guyana, please, if you could come to take my place, and I apologize for the rest. With the rest I have to leave.
Parece redundante. Todos son del Caribe. Porque si lo estamos recibiendo de
So, good afternoon, and let me thank you, and the chair will be back here shortly. I will ask the secretary to read out the next resolution or the next step that we're going forward.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, Brazil.
Peru.
Brazil, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yo creo que hay una cierta repetición en
I think that there's a certain repetition in this paragraph, and we could start with provide support to or pay special attention and support to small island developing countries of the Caribbean, because there are no other developing island countries in our region. So we're only talking about our region. It's a regional conference, so with that we would avoid repeating.
That there are no other countries, seeds besides those of Caribbean region. So if we put Caribbean just after seeds, we would avoid repeating what we had in the test already. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Gracias, señor presidente. Yo creo que
Thank you, Chair. I think that we are clear on the concept of this paragraph. If you agree, Chair. In the group that is supporting the rapporteur can take this paragraph and rewrite it under the principle defined in the paragraph. They would work it in the drafting group. Do you agree?
And look at the language that was used and the addition, and ask the drafting committee to take that into consideration and ensure that we have a paragraph that captures all the ideas that was mentioned by Brazil. Any other intervention? So if we don't have any other, we can move on.
Okay, the last one, yeah.
So we can move. We can move to the order K, and I will ask the secretary to read out that one, and then we can move to look at the language.
Okay, el último dice.
The last one says, support in the development of economies, bracketed green, sustainable, and bracketed blue, and then bracketed sustainable aquatic systems, inclusive, included in the aquacultural systems, all of this bracketed, given that they are adequately included in the frameworks of national and sub-regional policies in the Caribbean, and strengthen the support in expanding climatically intelligent practices to face the degradation of lands, the scarcity of water, and the restoration of fragile ecosystems. Thank you, Chair. It is a pleasure to see you on the stage. I greet you. I greet. And well, I wanted to say that this is a matter that many times generates some misunderstandings, because actually each country carries its own national policies forward that it calls the way it considers most appropriate. And some call them blue policies or economy, others call them blue, green, different ways. And it is absolutely part of the sovereignty of each country, of each one of the countries, that can carry forward that policy the way they deem best. When we discuss in the framework of the FAO these matters, we have had very long debates in which, in the last council, in which I mentioned and I refer to in document CL 168/Rep paragraph 11, F, we were finally able to reach consensus. So I think that it would be timely to mention it here in this conference, Mr. Acting Chair, because we do not have differences. We're simply trying to find common grounds. And in that search for common grounds, I am going to take the liberty to read in Spanish how this consensus was determined in the Council. Here it says that the term blue employed in the strategic framework of the FAO for 2022-2031 and the PTP for 2022-2023 and its results framework refers to all the aquatic systems that are sustainable and inclusive, included in aquacultural systems, and requested for this to be shown in the adjusted PTP for 2022-2023, its results framework, and its similar documents. So what am I trying to say with this, Mr. Chair? That when we try to find the agreed definition of the term blue, we find that the way to represent that concept so that we can all be in agreement or understand it the same way, we're talking about all the aquatic systems that are sustainable and inclusive, included in the aquacultural systems. And I believe that this, considering that this is how it was reflected in the last council of the FAO, we could perfectly reiterate it in a way that no one feels that their position was not respected, but that at the same time, we do not go beyond what we have already agreed and reached a consensus on in the framework of the FAO Council. This is the comment that I wanted to make on this, and if maybe what we need is to see how we can adapt it to this paragraph. Maybe we'll need a few more minutes to make a correct proposal on the wording, but I wanted to clarify this so that no country, and especially not the Caribbean countries, will feel in any way whatsoever that a country such as ours, when we propose this, it's because we're not respecting the national positions of the other countries, but rather that we're placing emphasis on what was already agreed in the governing entities of this organization. With regards to the green aspect, if you allow me, that was also agreed on the idea that when we talk about sustainable economies, we're always talking about the three dimensions of sustainability. And in the popular perceptions, general perceptions, and many times political perceptions, when we talk about green, we're talking basically about the environmental aspects. So if we summarize green economies and do not include the economic dimension and the social dimension, we would be unbalancing the concept of sustainability. That is why we're talking about sustainable economies, and we not only talk about green economies, but not because we reject that each country can refer to or appoint or whichever way they deem best. But it is important that when we talk about one of the elements, the pillars of sustainability, we have to remember that the three pillars are fundamental, are indivisible, and conceptually make up the idea of sustainability. With these clarifications that I take the liberty to make with all due respect for my colleagues, I would like to, well, obviously, if we agree, if we could take a few minutes to think about a text that will capture what I have just stated. If there are any doubts on what I have just said, because maybe the colleagues do not have the documents of the Council at hand right now, I think that we have a magnificent opportunity to ask the independent chair of the Council that is here next to you, dear chair, that participated as chair of those debates, to clarify if maybe I have made a mistake in my way of expressing what I am saying. If that is the case, I apologize beforehand. And if not, I think that this would be a way out that we can work on together under consensus. Thank you, Chair.
Brazil in Zoom, but before I call on Brazil, I would also like to inform Argentina that there was a very passionate plea this morning by your colleague from one entire region. So we can work around it because, as a matter of fact, we are here to bring solution to problems. So I'd like the independent chair to give his views on the matter before I take in Brazil. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, Brazil has the floor, or the independent chair of the council?
No, just after the chair you will speak Brazil.
Okay, just to be clear, thank you.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I can confirm what was said by my colleague from Argentina. We had in the Council of December a very long discussion about the terminology, and it was also the same discussion we had in earlier councils, where we agreed in the Council, as the members of the Council, but it was already also discussed at the conference, that we should use as much as possible agreed language and agreed concepts. And during that Council, we agreed to, and it was correctly said by the representative of Argentina in paragraph E, that the Council requested to replace reference to green under the program work and budget with sustainable, so that we speak about sustainable economy. It doesn't change the content, but just to be correct language also when we look to the Sustainable Development Goals, and also when it comes to the blue terminology, it requested that those should be reflected in the adjusted program work and budget, as was stated, to refer to all sustainable and inclusive aquatic systems, including aquaculture systems. It was a long debate, long informal negotiations, but we reached a consensus with all the members of the Council, and I think it would be very important to follow the Council decision to avoid another discussion in the coming Council. So it was what was stated by Argentina was correct. Thank you.
Let me thank the Assistant Chair, and I will now ask Brazil to come on the floor. Yes. Brazil, you have the floor, please.
Presidente, yo quisiera también agradecer al
I would also like to thank the chair of the Independent Council for confirming, and I'd like to echo the words of the representative of Argentina, but without paying copyrights.
Thank you very much, Brazil. And before I conclude, or we conclude on this matter, any more interjection in terms of supporting the position of Argentina? We heard from the independent chair, we heard from Argentina, we heard from Brazil. Any other position in supporting that position? Can I open the floor and ask the Caribbean delegation to hear their views on this matter?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have had some deliberations on the issue, and the Caribbean also has a proposed text. I think what will be in the best interest of all parties, if we are to come to some form of consensus or DDM, is for the Caribbean to propose its text. We have some issues with the text that is there, but predominantly we are in agreement. And let us take some time between the two of them to come to some form of solidarity. So if I may be permitted, Mr. Chair, to read the text that I'm proposing. To provide support to the Caribbean region, for which, due to its peculiar characteristics, strategic interventions in the blue economy are fundamental for reducing vulnerability to the effects of climate change on food security and nutrition, with the understanding that blue economy refers to all sustainable and inclusive of aquatic systems and aquaculture systems.
So the term, I think Argentina was a little more open in terms of proposing a text that could capture the entire globe. But seeing that Caribbean is proposing a text to capture the vulnerability of the economy in the Caribbean, then I am suggesting that we work out from the drafting committee, we put them together and work it out and come up with a text that can capture the entire idea. Bahamas, I see you interested, want to say something on this matter? Okay. Any other? I saw Ecuador wanted to say something just now.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations. Not for this paragraph. We're looking forward to present a new proposal, but not for this topic. Thank you, Chair.
So we can agree that the drafting committee will look at the language both from Brazil and Argentina. Argentina, you want to propose something else? I see you very look agitated. Yes.
Well, en primer lugar,
first of all, I want to thank my dear friend very much, the Minister of St. Vincent and Grenadines, because he has made an enormous effort together with the other countries of the Caribbean to try to reach a consensus. I think that we still have certain difficulties because we have to verify how this would impact in the strategic framework of the documents that have already been closed and have been negotiated already. I would like to ask you, Chair, if we could leave this paragraph aside and have a bilateral discussion, maybe a discussion with the Minister of St. Vincent and with the independent, the chair of the independent council that will work or operate as a type of broker to make sure that what we do does not affect documents that have already been negotiated and closed in the framework of the organization. If for you, Mr. Chair, this could be a way out, we are available. Thank you.
Suggestion, and I think that we can pursue that course of action, both not only the Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but I think the entire Caribbean delegation would want an input in this matter, and we can have the independent chair as the broker, so that we can come back and report at plenary here tomorrow after the opening. So we agree on that.
muchísimas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Now?
Gracias, señor Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, indeed, observing the rules of procedure. Thank you. Observing the procedure, and in order to record this for the work of the drafting committee, we want to present a paragraph. It would literally be, pay attention to the members to ensure the diversity of uses of soil or of land, the diversity in the use of land, comma, the fertility and health of soils, comma, the conservation and integration of the biological diversity, in agri-food systems, and the production of ecosystemic services. We thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ecuador, on that paragraph, I will now invite Cuba and then Brazil. Cuba, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. And following the procedure as well, At several points, we've made presentations making reference to what I now propose to the conference to include in the descriptive part what is very similar to what happened in the past 36th Regional Conference, and it would be the following text. The conference encourages the member states to strengthen multilateralism, solidarity, and international cooperation, specifically South-South and triangular cooperation for the full achievement of SDG 2 in, quote, zero hunger, unquote, without leaving anyone behind, in compliance with what is established in resolution A/Res/70/1, paragraph 30, approved by the United Nations General Assembly on September 25th, 2015, on Agenda 2030.
Then, in the drafting committee, we will adjust what the paragraph per se states. Thank you very much.
So we have two new proposals, one from Ecuador and Cuba. So let's go to the Ecuador one. Any comment on the Ecuador proposal that Ecuador made? Brazil, you have the floor.
Chair, I agree with Ecuador's proposal, but it's not. It shouldn't be a matter of pay attention to, but rather support members.
Modification of it to add. Any other proposal? Any other clarification on this one? Any other changes? If not, can we move to the Cuba proposal? Yes, any comment on the Cuba proposal? No comments? So we will send this to the drafting committee when they draft in Cuba proposal 2. Thanks.
La palabra. La palabra.
The floor has been requested.
Go ahead, please.
Yes. Addressing the recommendations and taking note of the International Year of Camelids, I would like to propose a paragraph where we recommend to the FAO to organize and support activities, recommend that it organize and support activities together with national governments relative to promoting the economic importance.
Okay.
Organize and support activities jointly with national governments relative to promoting the economic importance, the economic and cultural importance of camelids within the framework of the United Nations Declaration on the International Year of Camelids, 2024. Thank you, Chair.
Proposal from Bolivia. Any comments? Yes, Secretary.
Dos cosas.
Two things. One, in the text above, we have a reference to the International Year of the Camelids. We could perhaps delete that by the drafting committee. And two, we are about to close the interpretation services, simultaneous interpretation, so we're going to have to leave the other part on climate change. We no longer have time today, but to be discussed tomorrow. That would be an option, Chair, unless you have another option.
We should work with that. We have that 2 paragraph. We should even merge it and see the wordings and merge the wording and make 1 paragraph to capture that idea that you have brought out.
And we must close because the interpretation is moved. Yeah.
So, distinguished delegates, I think we have come to the end of today's activity. I will ask the Secretary to just give us a review and then we'll move forward.
Okay, me voy a permitir.
I'm going to refer to the activities of tomorrow. Tomorrow at 9:30 a.m., we have the opening ceremony of the conference with the presence of the President of Ecuador here in this room with respect to the request of the first day to include the topic on increase of food prices and the prices of agricultural inputs, which was included as a topic. It will be dealt with from 8 to 9 a.m., just 1 hour, so as to deal with that topic. And as of then, we would stop, and the chairman would rather leave for a meeting with the president and then come back here to begin the opening ceremony. That would be the proposal, from 8 to 9, deal with that topic very quickly, and with that we would conclude it. Thank you.
Any objection to that proposal? All of us agree?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Brazil.
I would like to ask some clarification about the chair's summary from the missing part that we didn't discuss. When are we going to have this opportunity?
Tomorrow.
Well, as the Secretary informed me, tomorrow you'll receive those. Because
at what time?
What time tomorrow?
Tomorrow we will have at the end of the day a new discussion on with the summary of the president.
For the morning.
We will discuss in this moment
in the afternoon. Yeah. So after the opening session tomorrow, we will have all those will be made available to every member. So you'll have just after lunch tomorrow.
Yeah, sorry to insist, made available, or are you going to discuss the summary?
We will discuss the summary, so you'll have a chance to make your contribution.
Okay.
We'll not do that without your input too.
Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, I think we have come to the end of today's activity. I think today was a very, very important day, and over the last 2 days we have made tremendous stride. And tomorrow officially we will have the opening of this FAO 37 conference. And I think we'll move forward. I think the process has been moving very, very good so far. We have had some very valuable contribution from delegates around the region. And I think this augurs well for us as a body. So immediately after the closing of this session, I will ask the drafting committee to meet and continue their drafting in terms of getting these ideas that was ventilated during the course of today, draft it and put it in proper language. So once again, let me thank you very much and hope to see you tomorrow here at 8 o'clock.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. el hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.